and now we should be live here. Now we are just setting up for unknowns. Which means we need to get the camcorder out. And we get the platform. Oh, we also have to do a little bit of work here. But yeah, folks, how did you enjoy the battle? I was keeping an eye on the Pokemon chat. Speed. Don't worry about a modding chat. Thank you, Sly Weasel. Okay, not too much happened, but appreciate everybody tuning in for that. Okay, broadcast started, so we are live here. Good. Okay. And then we're gonna plug that in so that the camcorder is charging. And then we plug in to start. And you see a camcorder. Okay, I got so this is done charging. We're gonna move the battery over. Where did the red one go? There was a red Game Boy. Where did it go? Here we go. And then we get our trusty very small screw. Stacks, welcome back. We won our match. We beat the Weird Ear in a very good game. That's going to go down as one of the better matches between us. Super happy with how the team played. A lot of unexpected things went well in the match. Winning a speed tie was crucial. Winning a speed tie that I didn't know I have. So I was just prepared to give up the Sinistra, and we ended up actually speed tying and winning the speed tie on the Primarina, which I think changed the battle. That was a huge turning point for us because we ended up not just knocking out the Primarina, but it also helped us take out, basically bringing down the Gallade to a point where it could be KO'd by the Iron Moth. So really favorable spot for us in the match. I'm just happy with how it all turned out, and both sides played well. I think that's the most important thing. There weren't any like major blunders. I think we kind of prepped the hell out of it and played really well given the circumstances. I probably could have done a little bit more research on some of his other mons on the team, but I don't think I would have changed anything. The fact that he brought the Houndstone instead of what could he have brought? Let me look at his team again. Instead of the Sceptile or the Crobat or the Miltank or the Incineroar, honestly. Like, I don't know. So much. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Stacks. Thank you. I am now just... I was charging the Game Boy that cannot be charged properly with the cord. I'm putting the batteries back in the correct places. And then we will begin hunting for unknowns for the night. So, this is not the one we'll be using. This is the Leaf Green, and then this is the Bobby Fire Red, which we'll be using. So these are going to be here. And then we're going to bring the dock up. Okay, platform here. Pull those up. Fire Red on the right, Leaf Green on the left. Red right, leaf left. So we are waiting to find out our opponent next week. We will be playing either the Minnesota Jinx or the Portland Trailblazers. So waiting for more info there. All right, I can close out of pretty much this entire group. I'm going to check GroupMe real quick. That's okay. Quinn responded and said, "Call me crazy, but that battle is what Pokemon is all about." Couldn't agree more, sir. So I can take the shirt off now, because I am no longer Mudsdale's second biggest fan. It is now the coach of the Weird Ear. So I'm gonna quick change for the moment, because I also don't want to like sweat through this any further. The pits get going during the match when the blood's flowing like that. All right, let me change shirts real quick and we'll be back. Let's see. Here we go. Alright, so an hour's worth. Stacks is going to be lurking tonight. Good luck. Thank you, sir. I hope we end up getting a shiny tonight. That'd be very fun, but I'm happy to just be getting reps on the new Leaf Green cartridge. So that's the big news, is we are now... where am I? Alright, we can close that tab. We can close... we'll keep this one up. Move the chat over here, and then I need to change my stream info. Perfect. Update that, and then we bring OBS over here. And then pull up chat. Perfect. Alright, we can see everything. I'm going to go ahead and get our cartridges started. We are an hour and 8 into stream. We did an hour's worth of battling. So no Suicunes tonight, but we will just be focusing on unknowns, given that we had an extra side event go on this evening. Turn up the volume on that one. Alright, all systems are fully charged. Aha, you are low volume. Why are you low volume? Who said I was low volume? What? Oh, God, that gets a lot of, that takes a lot out of you, but it also just reinvigorates you sometimes. There's nothing better than a good league match. That's really loud. I don't think I adjusted the focus on the last stream either, so I think we are good to go. I'm gonna push that back just a tad. And then we're gonna move those back just a tad. Okay. I think we are good to go. Now, if I end up seeing one of these files still in the Pokemon Center, I'm gonna be a little ticked, but I don't think we will. Beautiful. Alright. Yep, alright. So this is the Bobby file. This is the new Leaf Green. So this one here on the bottom left is the new Leaf Green cartridge that I completed my playthrough of. As you can see here, this is the file named after Beartick. We moved a Smeargle over here now that we have the National Dex, and we have our shiny Moltres that we got on stream over the weekend. And we also have a shiny Gyarados that we got as a gift outside of Mount Moon. So both of those are in the party, ready to hunt tonight. And I believe if there's nothing else going on, I'm going to take a big swig of water here. With that, I think we are going to get started. The camera, this is like my one critique is the camera is just slightly tilted. And I don't think it's anything the camera's doing. I think it's just off its axis a little bit. Okay, that looks good. That's slightly better. Alright, I'm happy with this. Let's get shiny hunting. Oh, counters! Counters, that is what I'm forgetting. That's exactly what I was forgetting. Okay. Death counter, PK counter. Move you over there. Okay, let me check if I missed any redeems. I don't think I missed any. There's just the push-ups at the beginning. Total there. PK counter keeps track of the current phase, which the current phase is now at 0. Move one up. All looks good. All right, let's begin hunting at 1:13:38. Alright, so the new encounters in the bottom left, the encounters on bottom right have not changed. We are still hunting for the letter X in the number 2 fire red. On the left, leaf green number 3. Leaf green number 3 is hunting for... it's specifically hunting for the letters Y and G. Now, the letter Y has a 40% encounter rate. The letter G has a 20% encounter rate. Or no, I think it's slightly higher than that. I had these up. Why didn't I memorize these? Shinobi. You scroll down to the Scoofib chamber. The Scoofib chamber has 40% letter Y, 25% letter G, 20% letter T, 13% letter F, and 2% letter K. So the two most common unknown make up 65% of the encounters that we're going to see in this chamber. And those letters specifically have a 1 in 6,144 chance of appearing. So the first time we hunted in this chamber, we got the letter T, and I was like, oh, cool, that's like one that is not typically one that I would encounter. But that's because when I was hunting in those chambers, the cartridge that I was hunting for in them was like a 1 in 9,216 chance for those letters. So the phase took forever because I didn't know what my my unknown ID value was at. So that's why the phase was taking so long. And but now we are hunting with a unknown ID value of 1. And that unknown ID value gives us the 1 in 6,144 chance for both the letter Y and the letter G. Which is why I'm hoping we're able to encounter a fun little unknown. And it's interesting, the animation for the encounter with the unknown in this chamber is different than all of the other chambers. I've never seen this. You kind of see it does like the cube out, where it like... you're going to see it here in a sec. But yeah, it does the cube shrinking animation rather than other ones, which I've never noticed before. I don't know if that's like a leaf green exclusive or if it's exclusive to this chamber. I don't know what's or if it's just this chamber by itself. I haven't tested this out in Fire Red, so I've never noticed that before. I didn't realize that there were different animations. So We will take it. As for the fire red on the right, that is, we're looking for the 10% letter X. I think the letter V is about like 50%, W is about a 20 or a 30%, and then the X is a 10. The M is an 8%, and the B is a 2%. We have the letter M. We actually have 2 letter M's. We have one from Soul Silver, and we have one from Gen 3. I don't remember which game, but the first M that we got was actually, like, super rare. Because it's only an 8% encounter rate. So yeah, on our last stream, on Monday, we got the letter Z right near the end. We got that on Soul Silver, which is the middle right console. That was very exciting. It makes it so that because the plan after this phase was to hunt for the letter Z on the leaf green cartridge here on the bottom left. Because we got the letter Z, we no longer need to hunt for the 99% encounter rate letter Z. That's just something we don't need to hunt for anymore. Which, that's just a phase that we no longer have to spend any time on, so it speeds up our hunt by 1 phase. Because I was honestly expecting either a duplicate or the letter I. It does not change that we are still hunting for the letter I on Diamond and Pearl. Those are the ones on the top that you can barely see. They're a bit out of focus. But I cannot find a way to fix the camera to focus on multiple screens. I think the solution for it actually would be to get a second camera and find a way to honestly like get a camera mounted on this camera that just films the Diamond and Pearl. But I don't think that's worth it. Plus, like, the sparkles are so obvious in Gen 4 that I'm not worried about you guys not seeing it. But I do wish that it could be a little bit more focused. I would just need to get a second camcorder, which I don't want to do. Plus, like, figuring out how to mount it, too, would be quite interesting. I'd have to do something where I'd have to get, like a crane mount, where I would have it, like, coming from here, and it would have to come down and basically be angled here so that it had full visual of the Diamond and Pearl. That's actually not a bad idea. The problem is, that's expensive. And unnecessary for a hunt that we are approaching the near the end of. So we will not worry about that. So there are 2 of our targets, the Y and the X on the bottom. This is going to be our last stream of the week. So we're going to try to get as many encounters in as we can tonight. Given that we've already dedicated an hour just to the battling. So we're going to get through as many as we can in this evening. It might mean us going over 3,000 tonight, which could call for a late stream. But we'll see. If we did somehow find a shiny tonight, I think we would just guaranteed at least do 3,000 encounters, and then that would be it. But I think I have about like 3,900 in me tonight. So that's going to add up when we're doing the month total of trying to reach 20,000. So if I just do 6,000 3 times in a month, that'll get us to 18,000. And then we still have a 4th week available, but we always aren't sure, because we might have a week where we only stream 1 time. Or, I'm sorry, we only hunt 1 time. But we are essentially making up for Roamer Week, which we dedicated a lot of time to in February. So we were making up for that time. We also had a really long phase at 18,894. So glad to be on a new phase. Glad to be hunting on a new cartridge and having a little bit more progress in the hunt. I think that's the main takeaway from that we're gonna get tonight. But now that we're on the new cartridge, I am kind of hoping we get a quick one soon. That is probably going to put me in a bad headspace if this phase does go really long. But I think I'm okay with not being okay with getting a shiny. If that makes sense. I honestly have no gauge for how long I think it'll take to get Y and G. Because there's also the chance that we could randomly encounter it in Hard Gold and Soul Silver, which ended up happening with the letter Z. Should be insane luck for us to get, but... it would be... The ideal amount of time spent is 2 phases. Which, it's 1 to get Y and then 1 to get G. I think G could take a little longer. We could also just get lucky and get G right away, but again, I really have no gauge for how long I expect this one to take. I'm just glad that we're starting on it. And who knows, we might get like a random... Well, here's the thing. We don't really care about any of the other letters in this chamber. We already got the letter F. We already got the letter T. We actually have 2 letter Ts. So getting the F would at least be significant for Gen 3 purposes. We still don't have a Gen 3 letter F. The K would be cool just because we don't have a... It's like a 5% chance. I can't remember how much it was. I'm pretty sure it's 5%. But yeah, super low odds on K would be really cool, but not necessary. Sorry, double check that one. What else? But no, if we could get G first, I'd be pretty happy with that. We just don't want a C situation to come up because C was a 50% encounter rate at 1 in 6,000 odds, and it did not appear for us. It took about 5 phases on that chamber before we got the most common letter. Which, that's a good problem to have. It means I'm getting all the other ones first. Getting the letter H was actually really important. So the fact that we got 2 of those was insane. But yeah, Heart Gold and Soul Silver are kind of a crapshoot. We could really get anything from them at this point. So assuming this goes to odds, it's going to take, on 6 systems, what's 144 times 6? So 288. Double of 288. Well, it's double of that. It's 156, so 288, 66, 868. There we go. Mathmon, thank you. 144 times 6 is 868, which means it's 36,868 encounters total on all 6 systems before we should see a shiny. Now, that means I'm expecting phases before 864. Sorry, 36,864. Which means however many phases are going to incur in that time is about how long we should expect this to take. But that's even not roughly the case because that's only 65% of it, where we still have a 35% chance of getting something else. But then those odds are different because, and this is where I look at the Master Machine. Because it ends up being a 65% chance, so it's just adding up the numbers. Let me pull up the master document here. Gen 3 odds. Y and G. Okay, so with unknown ID value 1, it's a 46.15 plus 28.85. That counts for 1. 46 plus 28 is 74. 75%. It's literally 75% of, yeah, 75. We have a 75% chance of encountering a new shiny in this chamber. So then times 1 in 36,864. Times that by 3/4. And then that's how long, that's the expected amount of time it should take to, expected amount of encounters it should take. What does that number shake out to be? Let me check. So, times 4, and then divided by 3. Okay, so it shakes out to be it shakes out, I have to do 49,152 encounters before I'm expected to hit a target, which is a Y or a G. Could happen sooner, could happen later. That is the minimum that we are expecting with 1 in 6,144 odds. Thank you for the hydrate, Carp Kaiser. Yeah, I think we're going to try to aim for like 3,600 encounters tonight. And then I can do like 3,400 on another stream, and then we'll be back to round numbers. So 1/12 of the way there. So I think it's very likely that this Leaf Green cartridge could take a really long time for a shiny to appear. But with the increased odds that we are hunting on, I like to think that it's going to occur soon, like super below odds. I just think we need to complete some phases on other systems first before we can get one there. Like, I think there's a good chance that we get a duplicate on Fire Red before we get one on Leaf Green, or even like one of the other ones. I also want to get the letter I out of the way. The letter I on Diamond and Pearl is just the last 100% letter that we need. And then once we have that, we can begin hunting for the full alphabet. I think it's just the other 20 letters. So we get to hunt for 20 letters at better odds going forward. I think it ends up being like 5%. 4% per letter. Which means we get to see more X's and Q's, and potential Y's and G's, which I'm open to getting those. We just need to maximize our chances of seeing X and Q soon. And we're currently doing that on our Soul Silver. Our Soul Silver is only hunting for 21 letters. The letters R, S, T, U, and V have purposely not been unlocked in this game because I have gotten shinies for all of those letters, so I have no reason to unlock that chamber, and because I just don't need to see those. So now it's just a 1 in 21 chance on every letter, every other letter, and the exclamation point and the question mark are in a different chamber, so we don't need to worry about encountering them. It'd be cool to have them added to the mix, though. I definitely prefer having the 50% encounter on them, but we'll take it. I think there's going to be a stream where we hunt for exclamation point and question mark on the 4 DSs, where we'll just have a phase dedicated to hunting for the punctuation marks on those systems while we hunt for X and Q. Which honestly wouldn't be a bad idea to hunt for them now, since I have no way of encountering them otherwise. The thought was just save them for the end. And then those are just the last 2 phases that need to be done. Part of me wants to make it so that we're ending on an actual letter, and we're not ending on a 50-50 chance. Because the 50-50 chance is still entertaining. Don't get me wrong, it is. I would just rather have the last shiny mean something. Like, ending the challenge on the 6% letter Q would be electric. And plus, like, the buildup of the encounters over time would be remarkable. Like, the amount of phases that would be duplicates in the end would be insane. Like, that would be the height of dread in the hunt. So to put myself through that would make the build-up to actually finding the letter Q such an incredible reaction. And it's something that I would have to do on stream. It's not something that I can do offline. Because if I get the Q offline, nobody's going to believe me. I mean, I'll have a VOD and everything. I'll have a offline just recording of it. But nobody's going to believe me. Plus, it's not cool. I want people to be here for the last shiny of the hunt. I will definitely do silent streams somewhere in the middle as I'm hunting for the punctuation marks. It just depends on what the summer looks like. Because I think we're definitely going to see a slowdown during the summer, which is why I'm glad we got through the letter Z. I'm just hoping we can get through the letter I before we move further, because then the hunt just becomes X and Q. I think if we can get either the X or the Q, I think we immediately begin hunting for the punctuation marks. And while I am looking for the punctuation marks, I still will be hunting for X and Q on the bottom screens. But I'm just going to be dedicating 4 DSs to getting each of the punctuation marks. Because it shakes out to be a 50-50 on all the DS games because the punctuation marks are put in their own cavern in both Diamond and Pearl and Hard Gold and Soul Silver. It's a unique hunt in that way, but it's just a 50-50. So we're guaranteed to get one on the first phase. But then after that, it's just a coin flip on whether or not we get a duplicate or if we get the other one. So ideally, that takes 2 phases. I could see it taking 3 or 4 at most. If we got the exclamation mark in one game, but then we got the exclamation mark in like Diamond and Pearl, I think I'd be okay with that, because then I would have one in each game. That'd be, I don't know, fun collection for collection purposes. But ideally, that hunt is just done in 2 phases, and we move on to 6 systems hunting for X and Q. So, last night on this Leaf Green cartridge, well, last night was a blur, because last night a lot happened. I dedicated about 3 hours to just getting everything prepared for tonight's stream, and just like the battle. Like, I had to make a whole new overlay. I actually ended up designing the Weird Deer logo from scratch last night, which it felt like it took at least 5 hours. I spent about 3 on Photoshop, working on that, and then working on the thumbnail. And then by the time I actually like got in bed around 3 or 4, then it was okay, time to beat the game on Leaf Green. So I had the roster ready. I had to get everything to level 50 and then trade over all of those Pokemon to Emerald. And you can't trade them directly to Emerald because I haven't unlocked the ability to trade with Emerald on that file yet. But you are allowed to trade Pokemon with a Fire Red or another cartridge of Leaf Green or Fire Red that has completed the playthrough and has completed the Celio mission and returned the Sapphire to him. You can trade with that game, which is really nice. But the problem is, since I can't trade directly with Emerald, I have to essentially trade from Leaf Green to Fire Red, and then I have to trade it from Fire Red to Emerald. And then I moved them all to Emerald. Once I got them all to level 50, I duplicated all of that, my entire like shiny team that I used for the Elite Four. I duplicated all of them. Kept the level 50 copies there. And then sent back my main roster team that I'm basically the originals. Sending the originals back to Fire Red, and then from Fire Red to Leaf Green. And then I was able to beat the game. And I essentially, all I needed for that Elite Four run, all I needed was Gyarados, Jolteon, and Snorlax. Those are the only 3 I needed, because Snorlax covered all of the ghost types. covered all the ghost types on Agatha's team with Shadow Ball. Gyarados covered all of the rock ground types on Bruno's team. Bruno actually was the hardest matchup, but in hindsight, I could have just used Jolteon to blow through his team. I had the max spec A, max speed Jolteon holding a magnet, clicking Thunderbolt, and just like demolishing teams. Jolteon single-handedly beat Lorelei, and then I just switched it out to Snorlax against the Jinx, but I could have just gone straight to Moltres. Oh, also Moltres was very helpful as well. Moltres ended up taking out all of the fighting types. If I had like a special flying move of some sort, that'd be great. If it could learn Psychic, that'd be nice, but it doesn't. That was like the big hindrance on the team, is that nothing on my team learned Psychic. But if that were the case, then if I had like an Alakazam on my team, then I would have just used Alakazam for pretty much everything. So I wanted to do a playthrough with Alakazam for the first time. Or in a long time, sorry. So blew through. Also, the Jolteon had Hidden Power Ice, so that just single-handedly took out Lance as well. One-shot the Dragonites. After a X Special did not kill one of the Dragonairs, which I thought was interesting. I think I just had like a low roll. And then, what else? Double G's. 3 G's on the screen. How about that? So, beat the Elite Four, beat the champion, complete all that. And I'm just in bed, tired, trying to get through this as quickly as possible. Throughout the week, I had to just catch Pokemon to get up to 60 entries in the Dex. So luckily I already had that done. I did that through like a bunch of the side missions, just running into wild encounters. So I got 60, immediately got to unlock the post game where I get the national Dex. Go to Route 1, find the Ruby, and once you find the Ruby, that's when you unlock the Sevi Island Pass. The Rainbow Pass is what they call it. Yeah, the Rainbow Pass gives me access to the 7 Island, and I can basically skip all of that story mode stuff and just go straight to 7 Island, go to the chamber that unlocks the unknown spawning, complete that puzzle, and then I can now hunt unknowns. So it's not like I even need to like play through the entire I don't have to play through the entire post game to get to it. I just have to acquire the Ruby from Mount Ember, and it's done. Now there's like a bunch of other stuff that I still need to do in the file, and I would like to get it prepped to the point where I can actually hunt for roaming Entei in that game, because I think that would be a fun hunt to do. And if I ever get as good as Black Scarecrow is at double hunting roamers, then I can start to match his times maybe, and maybe just double hunt. I would have to find a way to do that properly. And it would probably involve getting those cords that that Rich was talking about, that essentially connect your Game Boy Advanced to your GameCube as a controller. And if that's the case, it's 2 of those cords and 1 GameCube away from being able to double hunt roamers. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't know if I'm able to multitask and hunt for 2 roamers at once. I gotta get good at just hunting 1. And then I can think about hunting 2. And I think if I just use Viridian Method, I think it can be done. But there's still so many variables in the theory of a method going on right now. Me and Rich have been going back and forth talking about it. Mostly Rich. Rich is doing pretty much all the research on it. I'm just kind of taking part in the research by running some tests, which is that hour of hunting that we typically do at the end of stream. But we won't be doing that tonight. But hopefully next week. I'm gonna start by probably saying no stream on Monday, but definitely Tuesday and or Wednesday. But yeah, plan on no stream Monday night. I will be out of town on Monday, so I guess I'm planning on still being out of town. I will not be back in time to stream. That's all I know. Alright, 600. We are 1/6 of the way through tonight's stream. Assuming we end at 3,600. Honestly, if I'm feeling good after about 3,000, I might go until 3,900. And then we'll just keep assessing how I'm feeling. And if the mood is good, if spirits are high, then we probably could push on to 4,200. But I'm not going to get ahead of myself. I'm just going to set it at 3,600. And that's not even guaranteed either. Like, anything could happen. If we get the shiny, then we'll probably just stop at 3,000. Three eyes on the screen. We've had it a couple times where we've had 4 eyes on DSs at once, which is really fun. It's like a 1 in 21 times 26. Those are the odds of 4 eyes appearing. It's basically the same as EA, but better, because it doesn't matter which one's on which. Because AE obviously doesn't count, but it has to be E and then A. Which I can't remember how that works in stats. Like, what would the odds be? Let's say it's 1 in 21 times 26. It's like 6, 5, what is it? (21 times 26 is 546. So it's a 1 in 546 chance for 4 eyes to be on the screen at once. But I need them to appear. For EA, it needs to be E appears here, which is a 1 in 21 chance. I guess that doesn't change anything. No, it's just still 1 in 546. I guess, are the odds better on I then? No, I guess it's just a 1 in 546 chance. I'm overthinking it. Yeah, it's because if it didn't matter what order the E and the A were in, it would be a 2 in 20 chance, and then it would be a 2. It would be a 2 in 26 chance, and then it would be a 2 in 21 chance. There we go. Oh, actually, no. It would be a 2 and 20, and then it would be a 1 and 20. 2 and 26, 1 and 21. That's what it is. Because it has a 1 in 13 chance of hitting on the first screen. And then it can only be the other option after that. So that would be 13 times 20. That is a 1 in 260 chance. But it's not a 260 chance. It's a 1 in 546 chance that we get in EA Sports. The only thing running in my mind right now is that endgame where I had the +1 Iron Moth in against the Tinglu. And I was thinking, okay, based on what I've been seeing from this Tinglu, he will live this Fiery Dance. The question is whether or not Zapdos can kill with one move on everything else remaining. So I was like, oh, well, I have to click knockoff because that's the only thing that'll hit the that'll kill the Houndstone. But the Houndstone was at 16%. After Rocks was going to be at 4%. So didn't really matter what I hit it with as long as I had a move to hit it with. That was good. Scarf ended up not mattering in that match. I don't think that changes how I play it, though. Yeah, I don't think it changes how I would have prepped because based on the team that he planned on bringing, I had to bring Scarf. Because if I can put myself in a scenario where I can outspeed the Thunders, even if the Thunders has Thunder Wave. If I can put myself in a spot to outspeed Thundurus and kill it with whatever range it's at, I'm good. It's also really important for the Sceptile as well, so I was very worried about that in the matchup. as well. But in hindsight, that endgame would have been a lot easier had I not been scarfed. Anyways, back to the scenario that was in. So, the reason... I had either the choice of staying in with Moth and clicking Fiery Dance again and not killing. Based on all the calcs that I'd seen, I was not killing with Fiery Dance. Or I hard switch into Zapdos, knowing that he can't touch me with Tinglu. Because I know he has to click Earthquake, and I get essentially a free turn to bring Zapdos in. I do take rocks from that entry, but that's about it. And in that spot, I then lock... If I were to go into Zapdos, I would have to decide whether or not to click Brave Bird, U-turn, or Brave Bird, U-turn, or Close Combat. And if I go Close Combat, then I either lock myself in on the... I lock myself into Close Combat on the Houndstone. I think in that scenario, if I did get it in, I'm wondering what would have happened. I probably would have just clicked U-turn and forced him to make the brilliant... force him to make the brilliant, like, stay in an Earthquake, thinking I'm gonna U-turn, which is probably the correct play for him to do. If he doesn't and he pivots to Houndstone or just lets it die so that he can set up Houndstone for a win, expecting a CC. Because that's the thing, if I U-turn, I get 25% off on the Tinglu. I switch to Volcarona, or I switch to Iron Moth. Iron Moth dies from the EQ. I have to come back to Zapdos and click Brave Bird, not knowing whether or not it kills. And then on top of that, after the recoil from a Brave Bird and 2 sets of rocks, I think I just died a Shadow Sneak. Which was not even in my mind when I was making the decision in the match, but in hindsight, like, I'm glad I went with the call that I did. Even though there was a risk that Shadow Sneak high rolls and crits to beat me. So I'm glad I made the decision that I made. There was still room for hacks to happen in that endgame, which I was kind of... I don't know. I'm just trying to think of anything else I could have done differently. But like, let's say I do go to that Zapdos, and instead of clicking... No, I wouldn't have clicked anything different. I would have just clicked... in that spot, I would have clicked U-turn. Because... And he has no reason to switch into the Houndstone, because he doesn't want to take rock damage unless he's bringing in the Houndstone for free. So I think he wants me to lock into Close Combat there. Kill the Tinglu, and then that brings in the Houndstone that now gets a free attack off against whatever I choose to let it hit. Which, in this case, I believe it was... I think he would have had, like, Poltergeist. Now, the nice thing about a Fluffy set is it makes him weak to fire, so he would have just died to whatever hit came from the Iron Moth, which now... hang on, I actually want to check that set again, because he sent it to me, and I did not look at the full thing while we were watching this. This would be in Discord. The Houndstone had it had Poltergeist. Oh, what a weird spread. He's got some funky spreads on this team. There's an Adamant Gallade, makes sense. It was Punching Glove Melmetal. Alright. And then... Whirlpool Primarina. I lucked out with that speed tie on the Primarina. I don't know if I would have won if that Primarina was still alive. That would have been a tough Primarina to beat. Those are some Chinese spreads. Those are crazy. But yeah, the Houndstone was Poltergeist, Shadow Sneak, Stomping Tantrum, and Play Rough. What's the Stomping Tantrum for? Oh, Stomping Tantrum is if the Poltergeist fails. And it's for the Iron Moth. Oh, scary. Ah, yeah. Okay, so here's what would have happened. He would have locked himself into Stomping Tantrum as I switched in the Iron Moth. Because I can't stay in with close combat. So there's no world that I can click close combat on the Ting-Lu in that endgame. That's why the... Oh my lord. That's why the Houndstone Bring was so brilliant. Because it completely changed how the Zapdos made decisions in that match. So, alright, I was correct to go with the decision that I made, which was chip the Ting-Lu down with another Fiery Dance, and then kill with Brave Bird on the last 2 months. So I made the correct call. Because there were just so many other variables by like prolonging and by going to Zapdos instead. And if he doesn't EQ and he like whirlwinds there, holy cow. Alright, so I made the right call. I now have no regrets with that game. Holy shit, Stomping Tantrum Houndstone would have been crazy. 1/4 of the way through stream now. Keyboard a little closer. It's weird. I feel like I'm noticing so many more G spawns on Heart Gold and Soul Silver than usual. Maybe it's because, like, when I was hunting for Q, I noticed a lot more Q encounters on Heart Gold and Soul Silver, but I think it's just based on what I'm hunting and what I notice more. I'm still seeing the Qs. They pop up occasionally. The 1200 will be at the 1/3 range. Halfway point will be at 1800. I'll probably take a break there. 800 from now, that's not bad. It's less than an hour away. First neck stretch. Oh, okay. check text at 1200. We'll be getting a TCG Pocket Pack here in the next hour or so. We got that to look forward to. We can do that live on stream. It'll be fun. The blue backlight on the Game Boy on the right always throws me off. I'm like, oh, that might be blue. It's just the backlight. So when it actually gets a shiny, I'm never ready for it. So I leave town Friday. I don't think I need to eat any meals that day, depending on when I get on the road. Or I don't have to prepare any meals before I get on the road. I could, honestly, we'll see. The thing is, I'm trying to go the rest of the week without having to buy any groceries, because if I buy milk today, it's going to be spoiled by the time I get back. Or it'll be half spoiled by the time I get back. So, like, I've been needing milk to make stuff. And I can't. Because I don't want to have to buy milk before I leave town. So So what I might have to do tomorrow, I for sure need to get my oil changed tomorrow. That's the one thing I need to do for sure. It was just essentially impossible to do it today because of all the snow that still needed to get plowed. So this was not possible. We'll get emergency snow plows tonight, which means that'll cover all of the roads that I travel on, and it's also going to make it so that I can actually go into the place to get my oil changed, which would be excellent, meaning that I can then drive on Friday. So I have to do that tomorrow. I've already gone to the bank. The only thing I really need, honest to God only need, is like a little bit of milk. The problem is I don't have to buy a half gallon. Honestly, here's what I do. I go get milk tonight after stream because the grocery store will still be open. I go grab that milk, and then I come home, and then I can prepare 2 dinners. I can prepare a dinner tonight, and I can prepare a dinner tomorrow. And I have enough other stuff in the house to make 1 lunch. And that is all I need for the rest of the week. The other option is I just go get Taco Bell. And then I get milk tomorrow. After I get my oil changed. It honestly just depends on when I end stream. Because we are past the Monday, Tuesday weird Taco Bell schedule. We are back to a 24-hour Taco Bell, which is the one I like to go to. We're back to 24 hours, so I can just go there tonight. Going back to my match, I'm thinking about just like, oh, I wasted my Samurott at the beginning by setting the hazards. And I even wasted a turn with the Iron Moth setting the spikes. So like, you could argue that, oh, I misplayed with the Samurott. However, the setting of the spikes and the damage that I got on the Primarina is what not only put the Primarina in range of the Matcha Gacha to kill it, it also made it so that a turn had to be wasted defogging with the Thunderous so that I could get Mudsdale in safely to kill with Stone Edge. And I feel like that's the philosophy of building, or I guess deciding whether or not to bring Hisui and Samurott in a week. Because the thought is, oh, well, yeah, you can bring it as a lead and immediately give it up, but if a defogger comes in and removes it, then you just wasted turns doing that. But that's the thing, it's like, I waste turns if I set spikes, just regular spikes, like the move spikes. And then I lose them, and I do nothing to capitalize on the defogger wasting a turn. Ceaseless Edge does damage, and gets the spikes up. And I get a turn that I was able to capitalize on, because a turn had to be wasted to defog. Which, I think, in that state of the battle, yes, I think the damage that would have accumulated on the Ting-Lu and the Melmetal and and the Houndstone, that would have added up. That would have been a big difference in the match. So, he had to remove it, which is why I got the opportunity to then kill the Thunderous, which removing the Thunderous, that's a whole other discussion on whether or not it was worth it to spend so much time removing that. I'm pretty sure removing it was a huge clinch in me winning the game. But finding out later that it didn't have Thunderwave made me wonder, oh, could I have just won this with Zapdos? I was correct. Okay, in the moment, I was incorrect. Ooh, 4, 6, 7, 8. I was incorrect because... Sorry. Thunderbolt was the correct play from the Thunderous, assuming that I stay in on the Defog and knock off. Because then I have a +2 Zapdos that is able to kill with Thunderous because Defog gets priority. And then the knockoff just kills it. Which ended up not happening because I was like, I don't want to lose my Zapdos. So I'm just going to go to Mudsdale, you know, the dedicated thing to take out the Thunderous. So I was correct in making the moves that I made. But... oh, that would have been a glorious knockoff to hit. But it was just too risky for me to do. Because I risk losing my win con if he decides to Thunderbolt instead of defogging. But I got the Mudsdale in for free. It lived with the Rindo Berry and knocked out with Stone Edge. And I don't regret anything. I think if Stone Edge would have missed or something, I maybe would have regretted not staying in to knock off. But I made the correct move. It just happened that I made the 80% roll to hit. Which, as much as that's in my favor, it's not a guarantee. But that's Pokemon. Oh wow, I went past 1200. I didn't even notice. Let's go to 1500 then. I don't know. What else from that battle? What else can I reflect on from that match? God, the speed tie Matcha Gotcha with Primarina and Sinistcha is still unreal. I do have to think about what would my board state have been with the Primarina still on the field with like 60% health and leftovers. But he was right to lead Primarina. That was like the perfect lead for him. Because my two leads were Samurott and Mudsdale. And Primarina basically had an answer for both. So I picked the correct one on my side. But I don't think I would have had a switch-in. I don't think I did not have a switch-in for the Samurott, so I just had to lock into Cecil's Edge. The thought was, oh, he might click Scald. Which, I think he probably could have clicked Scald first to scout. Maybe get a burn out of it to lessen damage, but... he just did 2 Moonblasts. I think the Moonblast was just the correct thing. He knew he lived a hit from... Iron Moth if I were to go straight into it, and plus you potentially get the Spec A drop as well. So the Moonblast was the correct play. That's the thing, like, you look at that full battle, we both made all of the correct decisions with the knowledge that we had, which is why it's just one of those fun battles to look back on. So, in the Midwest Pokemon League, we now have 3 upsets in the first round just based on seeding. 16 seed beat the 1 seed, 13 seed beat the 4 seed, and the 10 seed beat the 7 seed. 10 versus 7, you can go back and forth. Just looking at the matchup alone, I think Quinn was favored in the beginning, just based on the team comps. But I would say we were pretty... He had tough. I will say he had tougher matches across the season, just because he maintained a higher record throughout the 7-week span, where I basically hovered around 500 until I got my 4th win, and then I was at 4-2, and then dropped my last loss to not reveal anything. Because there was a shot that I would have played Sean, the Chicago Choodles. There's a shot that I played him again, so I just didn't want to reveal anything. Potentially win that match, see what happens. Ended up losing, but now I know that my team has a problem against, what's the set? I have a problem against Double Dance Lando, for just, like, the agility set. Which is crazy, because, like, whenever I prep for Lando, I just expect it to be a Scarf. And, okay, it's going to be locking into these moves, and that's it. If it really wants to do damage, or, like, doesn't worry about having to outspeed anything, it can just be a Life Orb set with Sheer Force, and then it just goes burr in a match. It's super good against the stall teams. The Scarf wouldn't have been good into me, but I prepped too hard for it, because I did not expect it to click agility, and I ended up losing that match. Just off of 1 agility. But Landorus is just a good matchup for my team, so I have to be more cognizant of prepping for it in the future. Like, I'll probably have to run like either air balloons or Shucka Berries if I were to play it again, but I don't know, I'm trying to think of how else I would prepare for that matchup. I think I had some ideas for that potential rematch that I didn't end up using in the first match that I would use. But it doesn't matter. The only way I think I see the Choodles now is in the championship. I'm pretty sure they're on the other side of the bracket. What I really need to do is I need to start prepping for my housemate from the Portland Trailblazers. Because of the 2 teams that I could play, that is the team I want to face the least. And even then, I don't like my matchup against the Minnesota Jinx, so it's basically, like, I wasn't even guaranteed to win this round. At least, like, I was playing as the underdog in that match, and I'm going to be playing as the underdog in my next 2 matches. In this match for sure, and then the next round after that, depending on who I face, could be a tough matchup. But I don't know. There's a lot of variables to decide who I could play after even the Elite 8 round. So we will see. Three eyes on the screen. there a way to hit 244,442? That would be a total encounter palindrome, potentially. I don't think we can hit it, though. We'll see. Trying to think if 42 is a number. 42 is a number that we can hit. I'm just trying to think of... Oh, no, we would hit it. No, 2,442. 244,442 is a number that we will hit. Which we will actually hit on stream tonight. So, that is a total palindrome, which that does not happen often. So, if we're going to get a shiny time, we might as well get it on that number. $1,500. This would be the typical halfway point. Rich, welcome in. Ugh. We're planning on going to 3,600 tonight. Happy hunting. Thank you, sir. We won our league match tonight, which I'm very happy about, because we will see future matches, hopefully, on the channel throughout this playoffs. So, looking forward to that. Big win. How much snow did you guys get? Too much. Let me see. How much snow did Minneapolis get? There we go. As of 12 p.m., so noon today, 9.5 inches of snow fell at Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport. So yeah, we got 9.5 inches, and that's a very fair number compared to what we got as well. It was a doozy. I was coming back from work when the snow was already pretty much halfway fallen, And I had a haircut that I needed to get to this morning, so that was another thing I had to plan ahead for. But honestly, like, it wasn't bad. It's a wet snow, so you essentially, like, it's not the dusty stuff that, like, freezes to your window. It's the wet stuff that starts melting as soon as it's sunny out. And thankfully, it was sunny out today. So cleaning off my car was actually super easy. It was just, like, heavy snow. That was it. But no, wicked forecast. I think we were estimated to get more tonight. Is it snowing right now? Here, I have a phone. Let me check. No, we're clear the rest of the night. So all the snow that we potentially were thinking of getting tonight, we ended up getting from Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, essentially. Why is the TCG all out of stock again? Because Prismatic Evolutions is an EV set, and they introduced God packs to the English sets. So now everybody's freaking out over buying it. It's a resurgence of what we saw in Sword and Shield during COVID. And honestly, it's a little bit of what we saw during Evolving Skies, but a God pack is when they're a staple in Japanese sets, but weren't the same in English sets. But now, because we are modeling our sets off of Japanese cards, well, yeah, essentially, it's you open your pack and it is 10 ultra rares. People are, like, actually opening these, so these are confirmed. But they're, like, super rare. Can't even give you odds on, like, how many there are total in existence. Wolves won again tonight. They beat the Hornets. I thought those were only secondhand curated things. I'm pretty sure they're real. Like, there were too many of them, and almost not enough of them. Plus, they were happening on, like, confirmed accounts. Like, they ended up being, like, confirmed packs. Oh no, the memes are dropping. Classic. Nobody's online in the Discords tonight? Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna check to see if my Meowscarada has increased my cooking pot. I mean, I should probably do some more research into those God packs, but I'm pretty sure they're real. No, we did not get what we needed from the Meowscarada. That's sad. I'm just gonna go ahead and cook whatever I can then. Do the yeah, we'll just do the ginger cookies. That's fine. I just have too many ingredient farmers for what I'm trying to do. And my pot is not big enough. I honestly just need to pull Vaporeon out of the mix. That's the That's the real trick. Sorry, I'm just giving my neck and shoulders a chance to relax for a bit before we start hunting again. Means we'll probably take a break at 2100 instead of 1800 then. Yeah, we need the milk drops first. And then we go to our bag. We throw away one apple. And then that way our Pikachu can continue to farm dessert items. Wild Salamence, holy cow. Holy cow. Pokecatch, Ultra, Cherish, Ball. There we go. Glad I caught that. I saw it. We'll see if I catch it. That'd be cool if we got a shiny. Okay, no more harvesting. You're done. Pokemon sleep for the night. Get in the bowl. Also, just be nice to have a Salamence on the team too. Sad. So sad. We actually just missed the encounter. Alright. If missing the 80% chance of catching the Salamence versus the 80% chance of hitting the Stone Edge with the Mudsdale, I will take the Mudsdale hitting. That is my RNG balancing out. Alright, let's do 600 more encounters. Let's get to 2100. And then we'll take a extended break, grab a drink, a beverage, and we'll finish up the second half. Yeah, Rich, getting back to you. Sorry I missed your messages. I didn't respond to those right away. I just had so much going on with work last night. But, yeah, that was interesting research on going between Route 2 and Viridian. I definitely have to keep those bullet points up on my screen to inform me on whether or not it's actually worth it to... or like where I need to go specifically based on a certain scenario, but I'll start to pick up on them instinctually, I think. We aren't going to be hunting Suicunes until next week, though. So, it'll be, I think, Wednesday. Honestly, here's the thing. Might stream tomorrow, we'll see. The social gathering that I usually take part in, aka Kill the Keg, that occurs in the Thursday evenings, might not be happening due to all of us like going out of town and competing this weekend. So we might just like opt to not do it. Plus the main guy who usually is there will not be there this weekend. So might have a stream tomorrow. Who knows? I might use tomorrow to actually pack, but we'll see. No guarantees. All good, I'm trying some Route 2 myself now. Well, if you find new information, please keep feeding it to me. I'm very interested in it, even though I've been not responding to it as much lately. But yeah, that's exciting. I think you are right. I think Viridian is the final destination. And I think that makes me more inclined to simplify the method as much as possible. Because, yeah, I think you can shave off some time going between dex checks on Route 2 and in Viridian. Like, doing a bit of both is good. In the world where you've got somebody like Black Scarecrow who's hunting on 2 systems at once. He was doing a little bit of Pallet Town. I think he ended up switching to Viridian during Roamer Week. I think to simplify the method as much as possible to the point where the method is like instinctual is the first focus. And if Viridian and Route 2, or even like a mix of Route 2 and Viridian, ends up shaking out to the same average encounters per hour, then I believe it might just be in my interest to continue just doing Viridian. Even though I love that Route 2. That Route 2 is actually just fantastic when it hits. But I do agree, minimizing dex checks I think, should be the priority. Because if in the process of trying to simplify a hunt for somebody, especially in the world where you're attempting to hunt on 2 systems at once and you can't really focus on just one system at once, to simplify it is, I believe, the first focus. Because being able to hunt on 2 at once at maybe like a slower rate, but doubling your numbers, like, it doesn't matter like what numbers we end up hitting in our individual lone Suicune hunts. Scarecrow was running at a faster pace, hunting on 2 systems at like average speed, but doubled. Where he was getting 22 to 24 per hour just hunting for in the Pallet Town method. So like, imagine if he was doing Viridian, like what his numbers would end up being. But I think the move is to simplify it. And in a world where I could potentially set up an Entei hunt and a Suicune hunt at the same time, which we're not there yet, but could potentially happen, I am hopeful. I'm hopeful that I might be able to do what Scarecrow does. But it requires me to know the Viridian method like the back of my hand. And if it ends up being a mix of Route 2 and Viridian, mastering that and knowing it like the back of my hand. And I think it's going to take a long time for me to get used to that. Of course, I could just find the Suicune and then I'm only hunting for Entei now, but who knows? We'll see. God, it would be incredible if I went back. Like, here's the thing. If I found the shiny Suicune, let's just say I find the roaming shiny Suicune. Because I found it on live stream, I feel like it'd be really easy to set up a video to make for it. Probably involve some cuts. I would have to show like the first 3 encounters. Maybe like the one before it, before I show the actual shiny. Do all the bringing it to other boxes or bringing it to other games, doing all that, showing it's sent out in battle, all that fun stuff. But I think it would be really interesting to show me at the beginning of the hunt, which I don't know if I have on camera. I might. I just don't know if I have the VOD for it. The VOD, I don't know if I was saving my VODs back then. And I don't know if I have a VOD of me hunting for the Suicune unless it was in like Roamer Week. So I don't even think, because I don't even think I streamed the beginning of it. I would probably just have to show like my clip from 2022 Roamer Week hunting for Suicune. But I would probably be like, yeah, we're gonna do the Celadon method where we go back and forth in this gatehouse. Pretty like cool stuff. Where I don't even know about the cerulean method. I don't even know who Hanger is at that point. But in 2022, that's when I found Hanger, started watching his streams, and then I'm like, let's give cerulean a try. And I was just so not ready for cerulean. But last year's Roamer week was good because that's when I found out about. Well, that's when I found out about the Pallet Town method, and then Pallet Town was like, that makes everything easier. This makes it actually fun to hunt for Suicune now, instead of the monotonous back and forth, which can take like at least 15 minutes long at most. But then you do like something like Pallet Town, brings the time down. But then you also have Cerulean. And Cerulean was the only other option at that point. And I hated the 1 in 4 odds. And there were so many instances where I just didn't know where to go next. So there's so many paths in Cerulean, but Pallet Town was the move. Well, it was actually Viridian to start, and then it became Pallet Town, because people wanted to do surfing counters. So, what I'm saying is, I think it'd be an interesting video if I could find a clip of me hunting for Suicune. Super young, super, like, inexperienced overlay for OBS. It'd be fun to look back on. I think that's the biggest change that I've made this year in streaming. And probably it honestly started back when I became affiliate last spring. The focus was just getting emotes, getting the Discord set up, getting pretty much everything that a typical stream should have. But as far as my layouts were concerned, it was bare bones. I had like the Coliseum overlay that I made, which should still be on here, I think. I think it's the Ribbon Master Challenge one. Where is it? Yeah, so this is the Ribbon Master gameplay one, where this box here, where my camera is, was literally just my Elgato plugged into my Wii, streaming Coliseum. So I just had Coliseum on this screen here. And the Ribbon Master Challenge, this is how Lancet found the channels, because I was advertising the stream as Ribbon Masters. Yeah, Stream 54 was the last time we used this layout. It was actually cool to know. I didn't know it was that far back. And then there's this. This is the tools page. This is like way too much information. That was like where I would fit everything on just one monitor, which was a choice. And then this was the original Roamer week, because this was the 2024 Roamer week that I did, but I did not know how to do layouts. So it was, all right, we're just going to put everything. This is before I even had the exercise overlay. I would just put the exercises on stream here so that people could just always check. And then I had the Roamer week thing like this, and then my solution to Roamer week being done was just that. Roamer week is done. It is no longer Roamer week. That was my solution. Safari week was cool. This one's a little broken, but this was fun. And then this was the original. This is the original Unown layout. Sorry, there's a much more original Unown layout that you can no longer find because I think I just overwrote this one. This one was called Basketball because I was trying to stream March Madness while hunting for unknowns, which don't try it. And my layouts got so messed up in that process. Just don't bother doing that. But like I still had black screen on parts of it. Like it was, I had, instead of these being like one entire piece, the unknown brick rows were 4 different images that I had to update individually. So you can even see like a little bit of space between each spot between the G and the H and between the U and the V, because these were two separate things that I had to merge together. So these are just like 4 separate pieces that I've locked into place, essentially. There's the Acritique Roamers. This was fun. I wish I would have done more with this, but I needed to advance further in the Soul Silver file. But, like, we advanced from this to this, which I'm very happy with, because even though the Unown sprites are smaller, I had to update to this because of I needed to get to 6 screens versus this one was only able to show 4 because I had essentially a top and bottom, so there's no way to fit 6 screens into one camcorder image. So this became necessary, basically. And then it opened up, like, because I had no spot to put chat. The spot that I put chat initially was I would just put it in the middle of the screen between the 2 middle DSs. And I was just like, yeah, we're just going to put chat there. That's where it's going to live. I'm not going to think about it any further. And even with this one, I didn't have... Oh, maybe I did have... No, I did have the brick. The brick below stream 149 was there. I just removed that. But, I don't know. I think the biggest evolution I made as a streamer was making the move from, like, being scared to make a single overlay. Where I'm like, oh, I just need to, like, sit down, make an overlay, and then that's all I need to do. And I can then just get through stream, I'll worry about it later, or I can focus on other stuff. And now, a year later, I was like, oh, I'm doing a battle today. Let me cook up an overlay in less than 24 hours so that I have, like, a battle overlay for Draft League. And now I just have that whenever I do Draft League stuff in the future. So, I think that was probably the biggest evolution for me as a streamer just in this year. Not in just the games that I'm playing, but the ability to make something on the fly as easily as I have been, or just like the willingness to like commit to something like that. And it's not something that I can be like, okay, I have to set aside time to do this. It is like a spur of the moment. This would be a really good idea. I'm going to forget every other thing I had planned today and just do it. Because that's the only way I get things done at all anymore. Anytime I set a deadline to something, you can guarantee that it's never getting done. Nice. 3,069.
Just wanted to say, woke up from my nap. Good win.
Thank you, sir.
Congrats on being Mudsdale's biggest fan.
Mudsdale's big... I took the shirt off immediately after winning. It was beautiful.
Packed it in my bag.
But, like, even from Quinn's side, that's a clean match.
You know what it was? I don't know why you wanted to set up spike, like, toxic spikes, too. Like, we had that. We had the funding.
Yeah, I don't know. Here's the thing. I just completely forgot that Thunderous was running Defog. So when I didn't see Crobat, I'm like, oh, cool, I'm just going to set up spikes with Samurott, and then I don't care about it. And then it did the thing. But in hindsight, I needed him to click Defog to get Mudsdale in safely anyways, so, like, it ended up working out.
Imagine if you missed that Stone Edge.
I'm still thinking about it. I've been talking about it on stream, just, like, going through my mind in that match. But I don't regret anything at this point. Alright, where was I?
We just need more upsets, because we're already at 3-0 for upsets.
We got 3 out of 3 on upsets. Are there any other matches happening tonight? Do you know?
No, not tonight.
Okay.
I'll send you the big dog meme again. Put on.
Big dog. You gotta start a group chat. that's right. We're going to 2100 before I break. I'm getting a concert recommendation for a group called Flip Turn. Is that a Pokemon theme band name? They're playing at the Palace Theater, so maybe I have to look into Flip Turn. Okay, so we are going to hit 244,442 total encounters, which is the first palindrome in probably a really long time. So, it's fun. I'm trying to think of what the last palindrome would have been. It would have been like 244,200 and 240. It would have been 242,424. But I don't know if we hit that number. Oh, nice! You got the T-tar from that. Very good. I hope you sent thanks. I got a double hit pack today. I got a alt art. What's it called? 243,342. Thank you, MathMod. MathMod is winning tonight. I hit a alt art shaman, illustrator rare shaman, and I hit a did I hit another Houndoom? Jojo. Hey, buddy. The door was propped open, wasn't it? Here, let's go full frame. Hi, buddy. Ooh, you were just outside, weren't you? They call me Mr. Lova Lova. They call me Mr. Lova Lova. Oh, he does not like that. He's like, alright, let me know. He's very licky right now. Alright, let's get back to hunting. He heard me say alright and he lost his shit. He's like, oh, that's the trigger word. Oh, let me go back to here. In case I miss a shiny. No, you're right though, Rich. That is big numbers. 244,000. I don't think I've done 244,000 of anything that I've been keeping track of. I'm sure I've done 244,000 something in my life. All right, here it is. Here's the palindrome encounter. The moment of truth. Can we get a total palindrome unknown? 2 eyes. X, Z, Y, V. Not tonight. Enjoy while it lasts, folks. We're gonna go to 2100 and I'm gonna step away for just a short break. I should have a set of 10 packs coming up soon. So I'll be cooking those soon. Just because I want to get more I want to get more cards from the set. I have one Arceus that I pulled myself, but I would like to get at least an Arceus EX or another Arceus, and then I can't remember what cards I'm looking for. I'm trying to make a specific deck, but I need a specific build to make it happen. But I'll also just take like the Garchomp EX too. That's a good start. They're bringing, in regular TCG news, they're bringing back Mega cards, Mega EXs. So they follow the structure of the modern EX, not the old EX, where those are just basic Pokemon. Or the Mega EXs had to be evolved from the regular EXs, which were essentially Vs back in the olden day, where Blastoise EX was a basic Pokemon, you know? These follow the traditional EX format where if it has pre-evolutions, it does have to come from those first. But the Mega Evolutions from the TCG actually, from the Mega Evolution EX that is in the TCG, or coming to the TCG soon, makes it so that a Mega Lucario evolves from a regular Riolu. And there were 3 prizes. So you're basically getting probably like a 50 or 60 HP Riolu evolved into a 320 HP Mega Lucario on the next turn without any like anything holding it back. Like your turn doesn't end when you Mega evolve. You just have a 3 prize Mega that only has to use like 1 or 2 energies to get its attacks off. And we'll continue to get more and more. What it looks like is this is an advancement from Scarlet and Violet, and we are now, when the set comes out, officially moving to, I guess, ZA. I mean, it still falls under the Scarlet Violet umbrella, but it's basically under ZA at that point. So unless they do, like... The only way is that if they like, officially, like, name the set something else, like a prefix. But we don't know what the set's going to be called yet. All we know is that it involves Mega Evolutions. Similar to Gen 3, basically. Just now, Megas. They basically combined it with Megas and made it so that Megas are actually good, rather than back in the day when Megas were bad. Oh, and that's another fix. If we end up getting an actual Megalopony card, then that's another card that actually exists of just alone Megalopony. Because I think Quinn was looking at using that for his MVP last season. And because the only Megalopony card that existed was the one where it was a Megalopony Jigglypuff EX, GX card, he ended up just going with Mudsteel. Which is probably for the better, honestly. I didn't draft a Mega this season. Did I draft a Mega? I don't think I even drafted a Mega last season. Check that text at the break. 1998, my favorite year. Oh, 2004, my favorite year. Oh, 2010, my favorite year. Oh, 2016, my favorite year. Aha, 2022, my favorite year. Alright, that's the last time I can use that joke. Which shiny letter are you feeling shows up first? Next? Ooh, that's a good question. So, available options. The most likely candidates out of left leaf green is Y and G. Next best candidate is F. Don't think F could actually happen. Looking at the right screen, we've got the Rixie Chamber, which is VWXY, or no, VWXMB. We're looking for X at 10% rate. I don't think we're going to see that right away. We have 100% encounter rates on the letter I for Diamond and Pearl, which are on the top screens. And then we're pretty much random in the middle. So, based on those, I don't think we're going to get I in this phase. But it is the most likely one because we are seeing the most letter I's. If I didn't have that, my next guess would be the letter V from Fire Red. And if I had to go for one on Leaf Green, Y is obviously the most common, but I have a feeling we're going to get G first. We're going to have a C situation where the most common spawn ends up being like the one we get on like the 5th phase. So my official guess is the letter V. Actually, wait, what are the odds on letter V? If we're hunting on 2, right? 2 on V... Oh, yeah, those are good odds. Yeah. No, yeah, my final prediction is letter V. V from Fire Red. I'm gonna check. There we go. So if I had to go by system, V on Fire Red, we'll go G on Leaf Green, I obviously on Diamond and Pearl, and then I don't know if I had to get one for Fire Red and Leaf Green or Heart Gold Soul Silver. I don't know. The first one that comes to mind for me is the letter U, but we can only get the letter U on Heart Gold. So let's go with, what am I feeling? What aura is coming from Heart Gold and Soul Silver? You're going I? I feel like that's a very safe, most correct guess. But yeah, we've had kind of a drought on Fire Red and Leaf Green here, so, I'm expecting the next shiny to come from the Game Boys. But Diamond and Pearl are overdue. Stacks, welcome in. How's it going? Good. We won the match, which you were here for. And we have logged... We were about to log 2,100 encounters. Which is a pretty good pace for, what, 2 hours and 41 minutes of hunting? So I'll take it. Checks out to about 2.5 hours. We're about to take a break here at 2,100. We had a wild salamence come in earlier. I threw my ultra cherish ball at it, and I did not catch it. So that was unfortunate because I only have 2 ultra cherish balls. But that's why we play the game. I don't even think they give you a master ball in the game. I'm sure it'd be easy to program it, but I just don't have the means to. I don't think they want to introduce a master ball. The only way that I think the master ball would be worth it is if it like made the Pokemon shiny. Then it would be like the equivalent of what a master ball would do. How am I feeling, by the way? I feel fine. I mean, my voice is still a little raspy, and I've had a little bit of congestion, but I'm still feeling good. I think I'm gonna throw one more like cold medicine at it tonight before I go to bed, and that is gonna be my attempt to get rid of everything essentially. Because I get like I'm getting just a little bit of congestion at night, and I would rather essentially kill it tonight so that I can potentially drink tomorrow. Because I can't really take any cold medicine while drinking. That'll just kill your liver. Is it your liver or is it your kidney? Pretty sure it kills your kidney. EA Sports. It's in the game. There's our 1 in 456 chance. 456 or 546? But yeah, mixing pain medicine with drinking risks kidney failure, I believe. So don't do that. That's my warning for the channel. Oh, we went past 2,100. Let's go to 2,400. I'm feeling good. I took a little bit of a phone break earlier, so I essentially gave my neck a rest for a bit, so we can go a little bit longer. Since you live in Mini, have you heard any buzz around the show Love is Blind? Yeah, people have all been talking about it just because, like, I don't know. Nobody tends to do stuff about people living in Minnesota. I actually know a couple contestants on it through other people, so, like, one of the... I haven't watched any of it, by the way. But I've been meaning to get around to watching it. There's a few couples who suck pretty hard. Oh, that sounds amazing. Like amazing television to watch. I probably actually need to watch it soon. How many episodes have come out? But, one of the contestants on it is a Timberwolves dancer, so it's someone that I work with. And then there's a guy, I think it's David. He went to my high school. He was in my brother's grade in high school. So I recognize the name, but I did not know him. That guy's a dick. I've been hearing some pretty bad stuff about him, so I'm interested to learn more about him when I watch the show. But I don't know, typical private school kid. Checks out. Yeah, everybody's just been like shitting on him from what I've heard. Yeah, they do have to paint somebody as a villain just to make the storyline interesting. The early reviews I heard from it were that Minnesotans are boring. That was the big thing that I got from it, is that the couples are fairly boring for the most part. One of the girls on the show worked with me at the Socialites. Oh, really? Oh, wait, that's a big deal. I feel like everybody knows somebody. Like, Minnesota is small enough and they, like, reached a far enough range that somebody knows somebody. Everybody knows somebody that's on the show. He's pretty awful, but his girlfriend is no slouch either. Oh, good. They're perfect for each other. You went to your New Year's party in 2021? That's awesome. I love those connections. It was like the season of The Bachelor where I like knew one of the contestants from when I lived in Dallas. That was super fun. It was fun too because I had never watched The Bachelor before. So it was new territory for me. So I would just put it on in the living room every Monday night. And other roommates would come in and be like, "Oh, what you watching?" And I'm like, "Oh, it's The Bachelor." And they would like go cook dinner, and then they're not doing anything, so they'd watch The Bachelor a little bit. I'd explain, "Oh yeah, I know this person." And here's the thing. It really doesn't matter what demographic you are. Everybody thinks The Bachelor is entertaining. Because we had, by like middle of the season, we were all like screaming at the TV saying, "Zach, you asshole, you can't go with her, you can't do her like that," or "She did what?" So, very fun, like, roommate moments to like come together on a Monday night. I will defend that Bachelor's peak reality TV binge. Awesome stuff. Chopin, welcome in. Put the beeps on the table and no one gets her. Hey! I'm going to reach for the beeps. Please, I have a family. My hand is still in the air. I have to open the Eon timer. I'm locating the Eon timer in my folders. That clicking noise, don't worry about that. That's me opening Eon timer. Ah, the wham! No, I'm kidding. Chopin, your beeps are on the way. Just put the beeps in the bag. Listen, man. I'm just here. Hey, look. I'm just here for the howls. Put the howls in the bag and nobody gets hurt. It's that simple. The plan is simple. Alright. Easy, Sly Weasley. You're gonna spook him. Classic. Classic stuff. Do the beeps serve any other purpose other than fun? So, the beeps are initially... I talked about this a bit. The beeps initially were used for RNG manipulation when I was playing through Pokemon Coliseum. And Eon Timer was the preferred timer that I used when I was doing those. People were such a fan of the beeps at the moment because, like, we had one viewer, Sam the Swan, who was in here, who, like, would put my streams on in the background, and he'd be like, "Those beeps are so loud." I'll be, like, chilling, like, slowly falling asleep, and those beeps will come on. And there just kind of became this cult following on the beeps. So, good luck again. I'll be hopping in and out. Sounds good, Stex. So the beeps got this cult following, so that when I was done doing Coliseum RNG, I became affiliate and now got redeems. But I hadn't done any, like, beeps lately. So, people were like, well, as a suggested, like, redeem, why don't you make it so that random beeps will go off at some point during the stream? So now we do that. That's just like a normal thing now. And it's pretty fun. So, yes, to answer your question, no, they do not serve any purpose. They are purely for entertainment. And the fact that my chat is such a fan of them that they get redeemed daily. They get redeemed at least once per stream. I would say that that is a cultural impact, a cultural phenomenon, to say the least. So the beeps will be here to stay. If the channel ever gets too big for the beeps, I'll have to like either make them more expensive or something. I don't know. But the beeps are here to stay. They're good for if I ever play like a horror game, and they will absolutely scare me. I was falling asleep, like kind of lulling off while hunting unknowns, and they like the beeps actually like woke me up. So I was like, Alright, sorry, let me catch up on chat. Beeps troll the lurkers? Yes. Yes, pretty much. My 2-year-old heard them a few streams ago and kept saying alarm clock. That's actually so cute. They'll be for me only, thank you very much. I claim them dibs. We did have one prediction on stream already, Carp Kaiser, but I think the masses want a flip. So we'll do a flip. Rip fart, best feature ever. Best feature that got taken away because it was so abused. So abused. Ah, Rich, you gotta go on Twitch to do the shiny roll. I do not have that as a feature on YouTube, unfortunately. You're right, I did not have a cooldown on it. It was just a basic command. No, there's just no fixing it. But people could have just been cool with it and just done it at a reasonable rate. Instead, it was exclamation point fart, exclamation point fart, exclamation point fart, exclamation point fart. And don't get me wrong, it was very funny, but it had to be stopped. All right, let me get a coin flip going here. 5 minutes on the clock. Heads or tails? Heads or tails? Oh, speaking of coin flips, I learned about a... What's the thing where it's like those posters where if you change the angle of it, it's a different image? What's that called? The novelty hadn't worn off. Give it back. 4,096 coins on heads. Bold. That's free money for Tails believers. Tails, where are you at? We have 4,000... Oh my gosh, it's starting. 4,096 on heads. 2,700 on Tails. Holy cow. Oh my... Oh, it keeps updating. 2,900, 2,920, 2,950, 2,980, 3,010, 3,040, 3,070. It just keeps changing. It keeps going up. Nobody is adding to heads at all. Never fails, boys. I am not keeping track of how much time is on it either, so please let me know when the time runs out. Because I need to hunt while I do this. 3,420 to 4,096. Heads is still the majority here. This is potentially free money for Tails investors. But that's why it's a coin flip. Do I risk distributing 55k bench shares into the economy? That's a bold attempt. Why don't you just buy the shiny roll charm at that point? Like, you're just 10k away from hitting the shiny roll charm. Like, not to say don't use your bench shares for a funny bit, but like, oh, you are saving up for it, okay. I would wager like 10k. That's what I would That's what I would wager. Because if you hit, then you basically have enough money to buy it. Or you could pull a Mr. Beast and risk everything on a single coin flip. Which did happen on Beast games. 7,420 on Tails. So somebody put down like 4,000 then. Oh, somebody got heads to 8,000. 8,192 on heads. That's full odds, folks. That's full odds. $8,192 to 7,420. Did the counter run out? Yeah, let me do these encounters and then I'll check. All right, what do we at? Oh, we still got 90 seconds remaining. We got a minute 15. A minute 15 left on the prediction, folks. Get your wagers in if you haven't already. Add to your wagers if you're feeling frisky. And like and subscribe down below. If you're not a follower, what are you doing? As a follower, you get a follower set of emotes, and you get a notification for the next time that I go live. Also, if you're not a fan of pesky ads, think of subscribing. Ads will go away. That is all I will say to convince people to subscribe. Please only subscribe if you really want to. You're gonna hit the flip and then I can clear my Drano. Oh, that's funny. Ah. I will say the pace at which Carbkaiser asks for the flips is about the pace at which I would like the exclamation point fart to be redeemed. When it was just free. Like, oh. Prediction locked? Okay, prediction locked. We'll do these encounters and we're going to flip. IIHMVY. Dude, imagine having a clogged shower drain after your fourth 14-hour day of tech week. Really alive right now. Gimme Tails! Alright, here's the flip. This is what you've all been waiting for. Exclamation point flip. Heads. The two immediate fucks and dab is electric. That is so electric. Wow. Sly Weasel and Chopin both went with heads. Or with tails. Alright, let's complete it. I doubted heads. What can I say? That is the first time I've lost a flip in like 8 months. Well, like all things, it must come to an end. Tails never fails. That's the saying. Oh my lord. Alright, see the details. That's 15,600 all going to Carbkaiser. Carbkaiser, how much have you lost betting on heads to gain 15k off of a single flip? You're in denial. It's the first stage of grief. I've never been to Egypt, so I disagree. Oh, we need to go to a break. We need to go to a break soon. We'll go to a break at 2400. D-Tuma getting in his rolls. Boy, go clear your Drano. It sounds insulting when you say it like that. This chat is a prison! They don't even give us tails. I haven't heard my beeps yet. What's even the point? Watch, you're gonna go clear your Drano and then I'm gonna get the shiny. That's just how it works, Chopin. No, I'm gonna stop at 2400. That's when you can go do your Drano. The plan is to go until 3600 tonight, but depending on how I feel after the break, will determine what I do. If my beeps go off when I'm doing the Drano, I'm really gonna do it this time. Shiny I can miss. That's so funny. Oh, I forgot you were getting a shiny tonight. Obviously, I'm doing 3600 encounters. Of course I'm getting a shiny tonight. There's no other plan other than to get a shiny. Here's the thing. Good shot. Obviously, though, we're not going to get a shiny tonight. We just haven't done enough counters. 3,600 is not enough to determine whether or not it's actually, like, reasonable to get a shiny this evening. But we could get one. And I think that's pretty neat. Brother, you got one in 18. Hey, you said that, not me. I'm not jinxing anything. I'm not willing that into existence. I'm not gonna do another 18k for a duplicate. But a shiny tonight would be fun. It is not something that I'm planning on getting, though. This isn't a shiny or bust stream where I get an 18. But no, the whole basis of tonight's stream is just getting the leaf green file set up, which we've done. So now I'm content. Now, real talk, if, let's say I got the letter Q in, like, the next phase or two, just out of the one system that I'm hunting it on, or, sorry, the 3 systems that I'm hunting for Q on, let's just say I got the letter Q, I might have to consider doing daily streams until the start of summer. I genuinely have to consider doing daily streams, because all that means is that I need to find a 10% letter X, and the end is in sight. Getting Q on the day I defeat Big Q would be electric. Oh, if I get a shiny today, it's going to be named Mudstill. That's for sure. Unless there's some other circumstance, a shiny today is being named Mudstill. Oh, okay. If it's the letter Q, I forgot to pour the Drano in, so I just have a bunch of really hot water and have to wait 15 minutes. Rough. Very rough. What else is it saying? If I get the letter Q tonight, don't think it's gonna happen. But if I do, I'm naming it Bog Q. Sly, I'm struggling. Please be supportive. Hi, struggling. Please be supportive. I'm Ben. I'm WP Beartick. Speaking hype, speaking hype. Chopin, I was considering what to nickname the shiny Suicune when I get it. And I think I'm gonna name it Swiny Shikun if it'll fit. I don't think that fits though. So I think I'm just gonna name it Suiny. Like S-U-I-N-Y. Thoughts on the nickname? There could also be other conditions that allow it to be nicknamed something else, but for the most part, I think that is just the nickname that I would go with. If you get X, you can name it Suwaini Jikun. Incredible. That could fit. No joke, that could fit. I'd have to go no little Eastern influence sounding ass. Incredible. Incredible. Suwaini Shikun. 2 more sets of encounters. IIZZYW. Alright, last set of encounters before we break. I'll just need like 10 minutes, probably. And then I'll be back to hunt. Just need to give the neck a break a bit, get a beverage, and be good to go. Alright, I will leave you with these unknowns and a little word from our sponsor. I'll see you all in a bit. back, chat. I'm back, chat. I'm back, chat. JoJo's in chat. I'm back, chat. Go away, JoJo. I'm back, chat. I'm back, chat. I'm back, chat. Guess what I got? Dr. Pepper! Oh, alright. The final kinks out of the neck. Let's remove that from chat. And remove the B right back. I really do need to do an audit of this overlay. And just remove everything that I'm no longer using. Because there are so many things in here that, like, I have not used in an overlay in a really long time. I prefer the off-brand Dr. Salt. Dr. Salt is a dentist. We don't talk about him. We don't like dentists here. Dr. Salt recommends not drinking Dr. Pepper, and that's not okay. Dr. Salt is a fake he's a fake doctor. And if anybody has family members who are dentists, you can tell them to eat it. I hate the dentist. More shiny rolls coming in. We're going to try to get 1,200 more encounters in for the sake of getting to 3,600. If we get to 3,600 and we're still feeling it, we can keep going. But the goal is to get to 3,600. So we got 1,200 more in the tank, and then we'll reassess when we get there. Alright, how are we doing on battery life? Game Boys are looking good. DSs are looking good. We're going to keep rolling. I got all of these systems charged ahead of stream tonight. So I do not have to worry about anything being low battery. That's the other thing. If I ever did another 24-hour stream, I would essentially need to recreate this device that is holding all of my consoles, so that I could actually like charge all of them at once. I would need to essentially create a third level. Oh, I forgot the ones in the middle. Because right now I'm just putting the Game Boys in front of the structure. And it works for now, but it is basically impossible to charge them without like them being faced a certain direction or anything like that. So it works for now, but my solution is to just grab a new Game Boy if it runs low on battery. Or we'll just hit a shiny tonight too, and then we'll end early. Who knows? Honestly, if we hit a shiny like right now, I would stop hunting and I would speak and hunt for an hour. That's what we would do. found your GameCube to GBA cord? Oh, right. I was actually talking about that tonight. I'll DM you a photo tonight. Sweet. Okay. Because I was talking about what it would take to double hunt the roamers, or just being able to double hunt anything on the Game Boy Advance. And all that I would be away from that, specifically, honestly, specifically the roamers, is a GameCube and 2 of those cords. Because then just being able to use a Game Boy Advance to do my inputs would speed up my hunt so much. It looks just like a link cable. Okay, cool. I could Wavebird them, but if I... Yeah, the Wavebird makes sense for doing just any normal hunt. If I were to do roamers, I would have to do 2 separate inputs. Which is why I'd have to do 2 different Game Boys. And even for the fishing encounters in Safari Week, that's not even guaranteed either. I wouldn't be able to do Wavebirds, but it would be a lot easier to just operate 2 controllers. We'll see. I'm going to test out triple Wavebirding in a week or so. Nice. Hope that goes well. What are you going to be hunting? Is that going to be for... I guess I'm trying to think of... No, what would you be hunting with that? But yeah, let me know how it goes. Also, like, where have you found your receivers for the Wavebird? Because I think that's the biggest hurdle for investing in one in the first place. Probably gonna test on roaming Entei since I found it shiny already. Ah, gotcha. Well, yeah, as long as you do the same amount of steps on each game, it should be pretty simple then. Because you just have to do like a gatehouse method then. Sorry, not Wavebirding. Going to be controller modding on 3 DS capture cards with Wii Classic controller. Ah, got it. 3 DS capture cards with a Wii Classic controller. Okay, interesting. Yeah, because I'm absolutely interested in, purely for testing purposes, gotcha. I am interested in investing in a Wavebird at some point, because getting the controller and getting at least 2 receivers is the first step towards actually making use of it. The problem is just dropping the money to do that in the first place, which is just bonkers to try to do. But yeah, I think I need to start looking at eBay for Wavebird prices just in the first place. Because I know those are up in like, gotta be like the 80s or 100s. Yeah, it's all expensive. Even just investing in another cartridge for LEAFGREEN was a lot, which is why if I got a 4th cartridge after this hunt, so like if I got, I'll return Carb Geyser's copy of Fire Red to him, and then I'm probably interested in getting a 4th cartridge to buy myself, and that's where I'd likely consider getting like a Japanese one. 1 Wavebird and 3 receivers is close to $200. You know what? That's actually cheaper than what I thought it would be. Because the Wavebird controller plus 1 receiver, I would say is like at least $100, $120. Depends on the deal. And a receiver by itself, I price at like $60. So that's 120 plus 120, so 240. 200 is a good deal, in my opinion. So that's probably what I'll keep an eye out for then. The problem is I need to get a second GameCube to even test it in the first place. So that's the next investment, is getting a GameCube. But the $50 increments of Twitch money have been nice for things like that. So I have money in the savings to do that. That's been the nice thing. With all my Twitch money, I just send it straight to a savings account so that it's just kind of like surprise money later. Like, oh, surprise, you got money. The next payout, I think, is going to be in April. It is technically monthly. I just don't make enough in a single month to get the $50 monthly. But yeah, ideally if I could get another GameCube set up by Safari Week, I think that would be the goal. I have the cord to set it up with another capture card, so that is not the concern. But I would essentially have to take one of my capture cards and use it. Well, that's where I would probably consider looking into splitters, where I would do like a split screen hunt on one TV. But the only way to maximize that is to get 4. So I'd have to look at that on another time when I'm actually in the market for 4 GameCubes and 4 docks. Which is a lot of well, actually, no. See, the beauty of doing the split screen is that it would all be on one capture card, and the splitter would be able to route it all to a single one. Now, I just don't think my computer can handle the graphics and the amount of energy that is needed to create that in the first place. But there is a guide out there. I mean, Professor Rex has done the thing where he made the 4 split screen on one TV a thing. So it is possible. Yeah, it's really just one step at a time. I can't really justify a Wavebird until I get... Ooh, shiny... or Wild Chansey. Catching one's all up to chance. Pretty sure I already have one, so I'm going to throw a repeat ball. But yeah, the Wavebird only becomes a necessity once I get to 3 systems. 3 GameCubes is when the Wavebird feels necessary. Otherwise, I feel like it's pretty easy to operate 2 controllers. go. EA Sports. It's in the game. We've gotten 2 EA Sports tonight. I think that's pretty neat. Exciting times at the El Royale. It's been so long. You missed the ones earlier today, but yeah, I'm glad you got to hear them. EA. Oh, missed that one. IIPPGM. Alright, 600 more to go. Chopin, I have a question about Outer Wilds. Because I feel like you completed more of the game and like the rumor board than I did in my playthrough. Did you ever like get to the full bottom of the comet? Because I'm heavily considering going back and playing just to find out what's in there. Yeah, like, here's the thing. It's the thing that caused... I know the lore behind it. Yeah, like the interloper, the comet. Like... when you go down all of those tunnels, did you ever get to the end of it? Is it a reactor? Is that what's down there? I never got to the bottom of it. I kept dying before I could make it in there. And maybe there was a door I was missing, or like a pathway that I couldn't find. So I would say learn the full use extent of your scout. Heard. That's understandable. Well, because like I would do the pictures, and I guess, yeah, you could maybe... No, you can't even zoom on that. Yeah, well, yes, I understand what you mean there, because if the ghost matter, if you send your scout down a path and it's got ghost matter there, then you can't go down that path. So there's a way that you can find a path that doesn't have the ghost matter. I just could never find that path. I found that every path I took had some sort of ghost matter preventing me from getting down there. More specific than that? Okay. I still have to go to the sun station in the game, so I haven't fully completed my map yet. So I'm gonna go back and play just to, like, complete everything that I was missing. It doesn't just tell you if there is ghost matter. Interesting, okay. Perhaps I need to do some more research on my scout then. I'll toy around with it. It's just something that I'll probably do on my off time when I get a chance. If you learn to use the scout in motion, you will notice things. No, like the lens will like flare up when the scout is surrounded by ghost matter. Like it determines whether or not you can actually go through a space because of what the pictures show, like when it's moving. That's what I've learned from it. I just can't find the pathway that lets me go free. Alright, maybe there's something I need to learn. I'll just go and learn. I'll try to do it without doing any spoilers. I have all the knowledge. Sounds familiar. You have all the knowledge. The path is clear. You're right, you're right. But yeah, I still need to do that. I still need to do the sun station. I think that's all I'm missing. That and I need to find the third escape pod, because I don't think I officially found it the right way. What I learned about this game is that basically nothing is inaccessible if you have the weight and pressure of streaming to force your curiosity to test all of the tools at your disposal until you have a solution in less than 20 minutes or everyone will leave your chat. Very motivating, super healthy mentality. That is funny. Super healthy. Yeah, if you have enough people feeding you hints, which I think is the most important thing, because there are hints where it's like, you're doing this wrong, you have to do it this way. It's a puzzle stream. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. There is a, I'm going to feed you exactly where you need to go without you having to do anything. That is where it borderline is like, that's not fun gameplay. It's, you know how this game ends, so you're just kind of spoon-feeding me everything, and I'm not really gaining anything from it. Versus the, I'm going to feed you hints, and then you have to solve this on your own. Or if there is a, I keep running into the same problem, and I think I'm doing it wrong, where, like, they clearly are in the right spot and are doing the right thing. it's just kind of like, okay, you actually need to do it this way. I've gotten stuck here. I don't want you to keep wasting time or go on to something else because you think you've discovered everything fully. Whereas you were just kind of doing something slightly wrong. I don't want... Where's the thing? I want to know, what the hell is even that? You know? What the hell is even that? Daddy, chill. It's funny because I recognize that dad from the Greatest Freakout, not the Greatest Freakout Ever videos, but it was another genre of freakout videos where the son was basically like living at home playing video games and being an asshole. And the dad was like, no, you gotta go get a job. You can't keep living off my land. To the point where the guy ran away from home, but then realized, oh, I can't really run away from home, so I'm gonna hide out in the storage shed and try to set up Wi-Fi in, like, the storage shed on the land property to use Wi-Fi to continue playing video games. Which is such a weird genre time on YouTube for me to be watching YouTube videos. And, like, obviously all the videos were staged. All of them were staged to look like they were actual real reactions, and like the dad losing his mind and the kid having a meltdown. Content stream when? Put that shit on the calendar. We do need to here. After stream, we need to start a message between me, you, and Lancet and make the content stream happen. That is something we need to just get scheduled. And then not have to think about because we know that day is booked. But when we decide, I have to have my full schedule in front of me to determine what day I can do it. Speaking of, I actually need to send one of my bosses availability dates for a meeting, so I need to do that soon. So we're going to hit 3,000 in about... Actually, no, because we started at 113. We're actually going to hit 3,000 before the 4-hour mark. Of just hunting tonight. Gimme ghoul. Actually catch that. I'm pretty sure I've caught a gimme ghoul. But yeah, we are on pace to 4 hours of hunting. We are on pace to finish, get to 3,000 before the 4 hours. So that's pretty neat. Silver Lugia is back to hunting for Shiny Cobalion. If they're still on when we are done tonight, I might send the raid over to Silver Lugia then. I don't know. We'll see if anybody's playing Fire Red first. I think Fire Red and Leaf Green streamers are like... specifically, Fire Red and Leaf Green shiny hunters are the priority when sending raids. Yeah, the guy we raided last week. What was his name? I already forgot. I haven't seen him go live in a sec. Maybe I've just been missing the notifications, but Narat, his name was like Namat Kamaji. Kamaji was his name. I haven't seen Kamaji go live since then. I might have just missed the go lives, but I thought he was doing just like a base Nuzlocke in Fire Red and Leaf Green, and I was like, oh, I don't typically see that. Not a lot of people just do a straight up Nuzlocke anymore. There's always like a randomizer Nuzlocke or single Mon, Iron Mon Nuzlocke, things like that. Which like are super cool, and I'm glad like they exist and people take advantage of them. I just wish, you know, more people just did the base Nuzlocke. I like seeing somebody who doesn't know a whole lot about the video games or like the core games attempting to do a Nuzlocke. Especially someone who's like not like competitively minded. I would love to see that kind of stuff. Oh, whoops. When we were at 2,700, I said 600 more to go. It was 900. I was dumb. I miscounted. So in a bit here, we're going to be at 600 to go. So now that I'm done with the Leaf Green playthrough. What is the next thing on my list of things to do? Breakdancing Bear Tig is on there. But I feel like there was another immediate thing that needed to be done before I got to emotes and animations and stuff. Is there a bunch of like passive things to work on, which is just like checking GameCube prices, researching like Facebook Marketplace for things like that. But I can't think of like what the next project is. I know there's something that I need to work on. Stats for the Suicune Hunt. That's what I need to do. That is the thing that I need to sit down and do, and I honestly need to do it now before I go out of town. Otherwise, I'm not going to do it. And I'll be damned. I am going to make the Suicune Hunt graphic from Roamer Week. Nobody will tell me otherwise. The problem is I still need to watch half of the VODs. And then I have to watch them all again to get the full stats. Double G's, make it a triple G. So much time, yes. It's just so much that needs to be watched, and I have to watch it all on 2 times speed just to make it reasonable. If I watch it at 1.5 speed, that's too much of my day. That's too much of my day being taken up just watching VODs. I could just spend that time streaming. But yeah, I gotta make sure I do some before I go out of town. Otherwise, I will probably never get back to the project. And then it's just another thing on the pile of projects that I still need to do. I don't know. I could just deem the project of, like, getting the full stat sheet just not worth it to do. And then that would give me the license to essentially work on all the projects that I've been putting off. Because I think thinking about it now and just like how much we've advanced from Palette to Viridian at this point, I think keeping track of the stats for like actual stat taking purposes isn't worth it. And I would get more out of just keeping like track of fun stats more than anything, which is how many times I did a dex check, how successful the dex checks were, how many times I accidentally almost phased on the Suicune by not using the repel, how many times I blew the white flute, how many times I used max repels. Like, I think those stats are just fun to think about over the course of a week, but I have to get it done before the end of March so that the graphic is actually still relevant. Otherwise, I'm going to come out with it like 6 months later and everybody's going to be like, what are you talking about? What the hell is Roamer Week? Roamer Week? From 6 months ago? Yes, I have finished. It really is just watching a VOD a day. Watching a VOD a day is all I need to do to finish it at a reasonable time. Because I'm sitting on half a VOD that still needs to be finished. And honestly, I could even keep it at just like half a VOD. Just do half a VOD today. It's going to take you 2 hours to do that. And then move on. Go do something else. Because the amount of stuff I just did on a whim to get ready for the draft match that happened today I just did that immediately. There was no consideration of, that's gonna take so much time to do. It was just I'm just doing it. But like when I set aside something and say, okay, I have to go and do this thing. Probably not worth the time to count the stats, honestly. Honestly, I think I need to hear that. I've just had this graphic in mind of like how much I did in the week. And honestly, to not have gotten a shiny out of it probably makes the stats worthless. But I've already sunk, what? I've sunk at least 7 hours of watching VODs into just like counting the dex checks. But honestly, I think I need to hear it. I need to hear that it's not worth my time, and then I can do probably more important things. Yes, the fact that it's interesting to you, Rome, Scarecrow, or Hanger and Scarecrow and other people that are like affiliated with it is cool. But I think it's only worth it for you guys if the stats actually matter. And because we basically solidified that Viridian is the method going forward, I don't think the info is worth it. I don't think that there's enough data to support that Viridian is the better method. I don't think my total encounters with Roamer Week are going to count, other than the raw data that I have at the moment. Because what we learned during the week and gathered from the week itself was more valuable than anything that I'm going to generate out of looking back at the data now. Especially since it wasn't like focused data. There were like focused hours of hunting, but the majority of the stream was like me streaming. It wasn't like a focused hunt. Kind of similar to what your hunts look like, Rich, where they're like very focused, not a lot of engagement with people, just kind of like making sure we get raw stats down. Mine is like I like to think it's more people focused. And I think that's just the difference in like how my numbers really don't meet the pace for realistic data. So I'm almost even considering doing some offline Suicune hunting, but I like the focused hours that we have been doing. Just at the end of streams, those have been really nice. So I will continue doing that. I agree with that. The pace is harder streaming. But yeah, I think the focused hours that I do are good enough data that if it's, accounting for like a couple stoppages here and there, I was basically one off. But the big thing is I'm not like making any mistakes during it. I'm just like pausing and then coming back to the game at certain points. Yeah, we're chugging along right now. We're gonna hit 3150, and then just means we're 450 away. Ah. I don't know. It's gonna be a game time decision on what we do tonight. If we stop at 3600 or if we continue onward, because the idea of getting 600 more encounters in after hitting 3600 is very tempting. And I think I can do it. I think my body can actually handle it, knowing that I'm not going to be streaming the rest of the week. But it's going to be a game time decision. I'm leaning towards doing more after 3600. I just have to get to 3600, and then I'll decide. Also, I don't think we've heard Chopin's beeps yet, unless I missed them while I was away. I don't think I've heard beeps, so we could also just wait until we hear Chopin's beeps. Can anybody confirm if beeps went off? I mean, I guess I could check the number, but that would ruin the random. They didn't? Okay. So we are still waiting for Chopin's beeps. If we hit 3600 and the beeps have not gone off, we will keep hunting until the beeps go off. Now the beeps have meaning. Yes, here's the thing. Most things in life don't have meaning, but we find meaning in them. We find meaning in the meaningless. Also, if waiting for Chopin's beeps is how we get a shiny tonight, I think we have to name another unknown after beeps. Actually, no, it's going to be named Mudstill. It'll always be Mudstill first tonight. But it was fun. We got a couple EAs tonight. A couple EAs were good. We won our battle. I don't know. It's been a good stream. We've been very productive as well. I mean, 3,000 in less than 4 hours of hunting, which is always good. That's always a plus. Especially with the breaks that we took, too. Because we average about 1,100 per hour when I'm, like, on it. So, to complete 3,000 in 4 hours, in less than 4 hours, is good. That means we essentially lost about 50 minutes. But I can hardly, like, especially if we're, like, super far into stream, a power hour mid-stream is tough. Power hours do me in if we're, like, near the end of the night. Dude, imagine if we did a power hour right now. That'd be busted. I don't think I would have to take a break before we do a power hour if we did one tonight. Because to lock in after doing 3,000 hours to do another 1,000, that's like some 24-hour stream shit. I have done so many unknowns tonight that another 1,000 will not kill me. Which I have not reached that mentality in a long time. I'm trying to think of the last stream that I hit that mentality of, I'm just gonna hunt. Yeah, my back might hurt. I don't care. I'm just gonna hunt. Here's the thing. Like, my back... I don't think I had any injuries or hurting during the 24-hour stream, which I think is really impressive. I think I just had so many stoppages throughout that 24-hour span that, like, my neck was never in, like, a prolonged state of, like, hunched over like this. So that's what I'll chalk it up to. I think I just never sat still and hunted at any point. Or I hunted so much that my body was just like, oh, he's not gonna move from here. We're just gonna stop causing pain. Yeah, that was the biggest worry that I had about the 24-hour stream, is that my neck was gonna lock up and I would be like, I can't hunt right now. I have to do something else. But again, I think there was so much going on with that night that pain was like the last thing I ever thought of. If I had to think of a solution to fix the problem, like the craning over like this, I would have to find a way to lean back in my chair and still be able to complete this hunt. Let me think. If I did, honestly, here's what we do: is we push the TV back, and we push that slightly back, and then we bring this forward. And I would have to make sure that I still have all unknowns in frame. Oh yeah, this is leaning too far forward. I can't press down on it. But yeah, I'd have to find a way to, like, I would need a crane camera to come in here so that it comes down and is, like, right here, and then I can just lean back like this and hunt. That would be the only way that I could probably prevent the neck pain from happening. There is a world. I just have not invented it yet. That's the biggest reason why I want to get GameCube set up, is so that I can save my neck. Literally. Because I don't think I could do future multi-system hunts like this. I would have to do them with a GameCube. With Wavebird controls. It's just not feasible. Or I need to get a new desk. Can't beat comfort. No, you're absolutely right. I'd maybe consider getting a new desk. Or I'd have to find a solution to film them where I'm able to bring the systems closer to my body while not sacrificing the camera angle. Because the camera angle is like... The fact that I am able to have the camera... Here. This is my, essentially, keyboard sliding shelf here. And it just sits here, so it sits slightly below the level of the desk. And is able to get all systems in frame to fit on this layout. Which, it's pretty much perfect how I want it, other than just the back row being not as focused. But that's where I'd have to get, like, another camcorder. There's just no way to focus on 6 systems at once. Especially from 3 different distances. There's just no way to do it. The only way to do it is if I had 3 separate cameras with different focuses. And I'm not dropping any more money on cameras unless I, like, made it as a streamer, which, as much as I would like, probably not going to happen anytime soon. Unless I, like, stream daily and had a viral video go viral. But hey, you just gotta get lucky, right? We've had our share of, like, over 20 viewer streams before. They've happened. 2 of them happened during the 24-hour stream, which was still so cool that it happened. I had super low expectations for the 24-hour stream, and that was like... That was a dream, honestly. I don't think I'll ever be able to replicate that. Don't get me wrong, it was hell near the end, but, like, just the constant interaction and, like, viewing that went into that was insane. We had, like, a max viewership of about, like, 26, 27, and then at minimum we stayed at, like, 12 or 13 viewers. Which again, in the whole metric of Twitch is not a lot, but I had people like coming out of the woodwork saying, "Oh, Ben's doing a 24-hour stream. Let's go tune in." Super cool. Super cool for people to tune in and do that. I just don't think I could ever replicate that. It was the, oh, he's doing, it'll be like, oh, he's doing another 24-hour stream. I already tuned in for the first one. I'm not going to go to this one. Which is why I gotta choose an alternate path. But subathons are crack. Those are awesome when you get a good one going. Because it basically felt like a subathon. Gifted subs to get prize wheel spins, potentially get more gifted subs in the future. Just flawed because I realized, oh, if they're already subscribed, I can't gift another month on top of that. Which was the whole flaw in the system. People got t-shirts though. I still have to print those t-shirts, but people got t-shirts. The design is there, I just have to, you know, cough up the money to actually print the shirts and we're good. What are we doing on battery? DSs are looking good. Yeah, Game Boys are looking good too. We are past the 3,300 mark. My eyes are getting like slightly blurry in the sense of just like, oh, I've been staring at screens for a really long time now. But we're trucking. We will get to 3,600. I'm open to the idea of going to at least 3,900 or 4,200. Still haven't decided yet. Give me like give me like a minute phone break and I'll be good. A minute on my phone and I will be back at it. Which, speaking of, we're at 11:22. Blue light glasses help with screens. Oh yeah, I've heard of those products and I absolutely believe that they work. That's when I'm like looking at a screen and playing a video game for way too long. I had that when I was playing Outer Wilds again recently. I was looking at the screen for so long that my eyes physically hurt. That's where the blue light glasses are a good idea. But this right here, this isn't anything crazy. This is just like my eyes are tired from like, you know, being tired. And it's like, we have this caffeine in your system and we don't really know what to do with it, so we're just going to kind of make you feel tired. And the sugar's going to crash for you. So, I'm like, okay, I suppose. Whatever you say. I did learn that I will be cooking dinner tonight, so that's fun. It's gonna be some midnight cooking though, so we'll see how that goes. But it means I have my dinner covered tonight, and I have my dinner covered tomorrow. And all I need to do is I just need to get lunch before I go on the road on Friday. let's readjust the wheels here. Let's pull it as close as we can get. Oh, all right. We also passed 246,000 total encounters, which we would not have passed if we stopped at 3,000. That's neat. Yeah, I have this like odd feeling that pushing past 3,600, pushing past 3,300, or I guess pushing past 30. No, it is 3,600. Pushing past 3,600 is going to yield us something. I don't know what, but it's going to yield us something. Could be a shiny, could be an EA Sports, could be many things. But we're gonna, I think we're gonna go ahead and go past 3,600 tonight. Because if we could get to half odds tonight, that would be pretty neat. I don't know if it means we stop at 3,900. Could mean we stop at 4,200. Could mean we just stop at 4,096 and that's it. Which is just 4,100. Nah, we'll go to 4,200. I like rounded 0 integers. But by getting to 4,200, we will have completed... Oh, see, we didn't even do 3,000 last night. What was our goal? 18,000. If we were at 18,894, we were going till... What were we going till? If we started at 16,500, we were going until 19,500. So, if we got to 18,000... If we got to 19,000, that means we were 500 short. 500 plus 16. So 516 is how many we were short. Which means we did 2486. 2484 is how many we did. So by doing 4,200 this week, or tonight, we will have done 42 plus 24 is 6684. We will have done 6,684 encounters this week. This is why we need a math mod. But I think Carp Kaiser might have gone to bed. No, Carp Kaiser might still be here. I don't know. I'm sorry I missed your call. At the beep, please leave a message. Oh, well, the beep hasn't arrived yet, so I can't leave my message. We're still waiting for the beep, Carb Kaiser. I'll leave my message when the beeps hit. Which I actually have no frame of reference for when they're supposed to land. No, I was just saying, okay, if I did 2,484 encounters on Monday, 2,484 plus 4,200. It's just 6,684, right? Okay, cool. I was just doing all of it in my head, and it was taking me a second to process everything, and I might have missed a shiny unknown while I was doing the math. And I was like, that's why we need a math mod. And then you arrived. I never really thought about it, but by doing 3,000 in a night, I'm essentially doing 500 encounters per system, which doing 500 encounters on a single system is kind of crazy. And if we do 4,200, it means we did 700 encounters per system. And all I know is that doing 100 encounters just on a single system actually sucks. I cannot stand doing it. The only way that I can stand doing it is when it's the roaming Suicune hunt, when it's already long as hell. To remove the dread of there's no dread, but to remove the scope of how like large the Suicune and how long the Suicune hunt is, I have to focus on things like trying to find the fastest method to take my mind off the fact that I am doing one encounter every 4 or 5 minutes on average, which is just incredibly slow. We do 3,000 in a night at minimum when I get like 50 done in a night. The difference is like it's the fact that I'm streaming both of it. I'm streaming both a 6-system hunt and a encounter every 5 to 15 minutes. Like the fact that I'm doing both, I can't comprehend. My mind is not like registering it. Like obviously I understand that they're wildly different, but for some reason I'm able to do both, and I don't know why. But anything in between where it's just one system raw hunting for just random grass encounters, can't do it. Just can't do it. I don't know. These are the nights where the shinies happen, where anytime, and I'm obviously gonna jinx it as soon as I say it, but anytime I'm like, oh, let's do some extra encounters. Like, when in doubt, let's just do some extra encounters. Every time I say that, there has been some sort of shiny. And I only say it happens every time because I've done it before where I've done extra encounters. But I've also had instances where I have done extra encounters and haven't found a shiny. But I remember the instances of when it did happen. And that's what is occurring. Shiny is waiting for the beeps. You're actually so right. You could not be more accurate than that statement. It's gonna go up. The beeps are gonna go off right as we find the shiny, and then we will truly have a beeps shiny. Because one of them is nicknamed Beeps. I just can't remember what the context was for naming it Beeps. But this is like the true Beeps if we were to get one while Beeps went off. Here's the thing, if we lock in for a 4200, we will be finishing past midnight. I don't even think I want to eat food at that point. Honestly, I think it's Taco Bell. If any food is being consumed tonight, it is probably just going to be the 24-hour Taco Bell. Here's the thing, I have no reason to stay up late. My reasoning for staying up late the last week or so has been playing Leaf Green. But I've done everything I need to do in Leaf Green. So there's no justification for me to do it. I mean, I could complete the story mode. That's the one thing I could do. But there is no reason for me to stay up late the rest of the week. But the concept of it is fantastic. The concept of getting a Crunchwrap Supreme with a Baja Blast in the middle of the night, absolutely epic. Could not enjoy it more. I might have to take myself up on it. But for now, we hit 3600 and we move onward. I'm actually going to do these encounters and I'm going to look at my phone for a second. Alright, catch up on phone stuff for a hot minute and then we get back to hunting. I can do the Pokedoku. Pokedoku. Let's see. Alright, Dragon Ground type. I think I've used up all of them. Gabite, Gibble, Garchomp. Oh, no, we still have Garchomp. Rock Ground. Onyx. Nope, we used Onyx. Rhyhorn. Rhydon, Rhyperior. Geodude. Geodude Alola. Do we have Graveler still? We do have Graveler. Bug Ground. I think we used Nincada and we've used Wormadam. I don't think there are other bug grounds. I think it's just those two. So I have to go worm it in. Kalos bug. Scatterbug. Used. Spupa. Used. Vivione. Banger. Rock Kalos. Binacles Gen 5. I don't remember what Gen Binacle was. Is Binacle Gen 1, Gen 5 or Gen 6? No, I can't envision a Gen 5 spray for it. I think it's Gen 6. Oh, I already used Binacle. Wow, Barbarical is Gen 6. Wow. Gen 6, okay, yeah. Dragon Columns. Goomy. Nope, use Goomy. Sliggoo. Use Sliggoo. Goodra. Nope. Noivern. Nope. Oh, wait. Do I still have a Zygarde? Nope, I've used up all my Zygardes. I don't think I have a Gen 6 Dragon. Dragalge? No, I used Dragalge. I think I've used up all of them. Maybe Noibat? Let's just go Noibat then. Dragon Monotype. Goomy! What else do I have? I probably have a Bagon, maybe? Shelgon? Oh, nice, I do have a Shelgon. Rock Monotype. Not a lot of those. Give me a Jigglypuff. I already used it. Boldor. Beautiful. Bug Monotype. Scatterbug. Oh, Cowboy Hat Caterpie. No. Metapod? Nice. 7 new. 155, I think. How did I do? Alright, I still have a Pupitar remaining on Rock Ground. I got the best option for Bug Ground. I used my last... I'm out of Dragon Ground types now. And I've used up all of my Kalos Dragons. I forgot about the Tyrantrum line. But I've used up all of them. And we still have the Aurorus Amara line for Rock-type Kalos. Vivione was my last Kalos bug. There are only 3 bugs in the Kalos region. And I still got a hella amount of mono bugs. Monotype Rock? Oh, we got a whole bunch. I'm gonna look one of the really common ones. I still got a Cloth, though. What are my dragons remaining? Is it just... the only mono dragon I have left is Regidrago. 156.70. Stretch. Pull up the chair. Water. And let's lock in for another 600. This is honestly how I'm going to have to convince myself to complete Shinier Busts. Chopin rolled an 8,005. My favorite year. I swear, the numbers have been getting closer and closer to the correct numbers y'all need. 600 is about... It's like another half hour, I think. $52.37 for Sly Weasel. For those who are just joining or returning, we are going until 4200 tonight. We also still have not heard Chopin's beeps, so if we get to 4200 and we haven't heard the beeps, then we're going to keep going until we hear the beeps. We're going to do another 300 increment until we hear beeps. Which means we could potentially see a 4,500 encounter stream. $72.24 for Cartridge. Once somebody finally hits that, I'll actually have to, like, provide some benefit to VIP. Because as of right now, I have, like, nothing set up for VIP other than the status of VIP, which is, like, you basically get to see, like, a ton of stuff, but it's not, like, anything too exciting. I don't know. I'll have to look up what the benefits of VIP are, because I know they exist, and, like, you can customize and make VIP kind of whatever you want it to be, because it ends up being your VIP. So once somebody finally gets it, I'll have to, like, actually consider what the perks are going to be. Or I should just come up with it beforehand, so that... Because the Shiny Roll Hall of Fame, just being on that list by itself, is already cool enough. But I would like to add some sort of benefit to the VIP status, if I can. Who knows, maybe I just go to bed after stream and then eat like a good lunch. Maybe that's the reset I need. Maybe this is the turning point. This is the reset I need to fix my sleep schedule. Nah, I'll stay up playing Pokemon probably. I probably won't do any RNG manipulation for a bit. I just have no reason to. I mean, I've got all the encounters that I want to do sitting there. It's just a matter of actually, you know, doing them. Like, I could finish up the birds, but I really have no motivation to search for them. And if I did get them, I would just wait for like really good stats rather than... No, scoop me on your way to Taco Bell. Are y'all on Discord right now? If I can convince the other house members to do Taco Bell, I will scoop. Degeneracy supersedes all. Who is in Discord right now? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, convince the other degenerates to do it, and I'm in. But in the meantime, I need to get to 4,200 so that I can end stream. God, imagine if we got the shiny X. Taco Bell? Yes. I will go to Taco Bell and pick up Bobby if you join. Fuck it. Get Python too. Also, I have no idea what the conditions on the roads are like right now. Based. Alright. Sounds like it's a plan, Carp Kaiser. Oh, Python's not home? Got it. If you guys send me your orders, I can put in an order for all of the items on my rewards points. Unless you guys care about rewards points, then we can do individual orders. But I assume when we get up there, one of us is going to order everything and we're all just going to Venmo each other. So I would rather just put in my order now so that by the time I pick y'all up and we get to the Taco Bell, that we're just good to go. And yes, I will get the cum balls. But who knows, maybe we might still be waiting on beeps by the time we wrap up. So, by the time we hit to 4,200, we could still be waiting for beeps. I remember the number being large. That's all I remember from the beeps. I just didn't think it was this long. And to be clear, it was not 8,192. It was not the maximum amount of time. We're coming up on 6 hours of streaming, though. Which, that's always a fun number to hit, because once we stream enough, like, if a stream has been going on long enough, you almost kind of hit a second wind, whereas, like, if you end to stream it, like, 3 hours, you're like, oh, that took a lot out of me. But if you've been going for 6 hours, like, you're obviously tired at the end, but it's more of, like, a soothing. There's a calm to the tired. There's, like, oh, I'm so tired, I am not registering everything that's happening right now. But like your ability to continue streaming and continue doing things is like, for whatever reason, has just a better stamina when you stream for longer hours. You're just prepared to do more. I think that's the big thing. Like, I went in planning to do 3,600. Like, that was my mindset of, we're gonna do 3,600 tonight. And then once you get to 3,600, the world is your oyster. Like, you can hunt for as long as you want once you get past that point, because it's like, oh, I just put in 3,000 counters. I could probably do another 6,000 or another 3,000. I would be pretty much dead by the end of it, but I could do it. I just don't think I could. I don't think I could go into a stream planning to do 6,000. And I guess I kind of did that with the Shinier Bus stream. Like, I just planned on streaming that entire day. I don't think I fully conceptualized what I was getting into with that stream. What could have gone wrong with that, where I actually just sunk 8,000 encounters into a single stream and potentially get nothing out of it. Like, if we timed it incorrectly, if we would have had it on this last phase, we would have hit 8,000 and we would have been dead. We would have been brutalized with no reward for it. It would have been like the 24-hour stream all over again. But no, we found it in 18 encounters, and then we found one 5 hours later when I did a second stream. Happy streamiversary. But yeah, I talked about this earlier, but if we got the letter Q, I would genuinely have to consider streaming every possible day to finish the hunt before the start of the summer. Because I genuinely think it could be done. If I got the 12 phase, the 13 phase average shiny, if I got it today, I would genuinely have to consider trying to finish this hunt before the start of the summer. Otherwise, I would probably have to wait until the fall. It only benefits me to finish it sooner, so. And there they are. Chopin. Chopin. We've located your beeps. You want to see the time on that? That was 8,052 seconds. 8,052 seconds on those beeps. Incredible. Well deserved, sir. Pick those up on your way out of chat tonight. That's what we were all waiting for. Alright, now time to get the shiny. Did somebody say meatloaf? That's a Smosh Games reference for those who don't know. And it's probably best that you don't know. Because that episode, that was the only funny thing that happened out of it. The rest was like, alright. But Smosh Games has been appearing on my feed. I've been getting the algorithm has been feeding it to me, and I'm like, all right, fine. Suppose. It's crazy because I think I enjoy 2 or 3 people on Smosh games, or like as part of the Smosh cast, and I think that's it. Everybody else is like, meh. They're like relatively funny. Some of them aren't funny at all, and I'm kind of shocked some of them still get like casted into stuff. But I stick around for the ones who are like actually funny. Some of them aren't funny. Some of them are just like such rambunctious personalities that like I just enjoy seeing their presence in a video. So I'm glad Shane Top is like starting his own YouTube channel now, because he's a funny personality that should be in more stuff and should have his own following at this point. Because he's one of the only reasons I watch Smosh. And it's why he's in pretty much like every video that's filmed. Every video that's shot for the Smosh channel has him in it. That's actually a really interesting stat. If you took every Smosh video that does not have, and we're talking like modern Smosh, take every video that doesn't have Shane Top in it and look at the statistics and see if the video actually did well. Because I would bet you would look at some of that data and you'd be like, oh, weird. That one has like no views. They also put him in like every thumbnail. Alright, 3,900. We're going to do 300 more, and then we are officially done for the evening. I guess the morning now. Three eyes and a wire. 2 eyes. So we're locked in for about 18 more minutes. I mean, when you say it like that, it's pretty doable. Something about these last 300, man. This is when I feel the shine. I can feel the shine. Nah. The odds that we actually get a shiny in the last 300 encounters tonight, especially on a new phase, it's not likely. But it takes just one encounter. That's all it takes. One encounter, but 6 at a time. Regardless, I appreciate y'all tuning in tonight. This has been a fun stream. We've been in a good rhythm lately. The Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday lineups with like 2 or 3 each week have been really nice. I can't remember the last time we actually did all 3 days in a week. It's actually been a sec. But it's been hard to line it. Oh, it was Romer Week. Romer Week is the last time we did it. body's getting antsy now. It's like, all right, it's time to stop hunting. You've been doing this too long. It's craving that Baja Blast. Here's the weird thing about this phase that we're on. Getting a Y or a G does not change how we hunt. There's no change to the layout. If we got the G, then we just... Oh, we hunt for Y. If we get the Y, oh, we're just hunting for G. So getting either one of them doesn't really solve anything. I mean, obviously it's a phase done. It's 22 out of 28 instead of 21 out of 28. But if we get a letter I... that changes things. If we get a letter X, if we get a letter Q, that changes things. So I really just got to get the first one out of the way, which is the Y or the G. And then we can think about, oh, the next new shiny is going to change things. But this is what we've been working up to. This is why we went to Facebook Marketplace, we found a leaf green cartridge, we bought the leaf green cartridge, we investigated the leaf green cartridge, we found that the game was already completed, but there were no shinies on it, so we had to shiny hunt on the leaf green cartridge, and then we found a shiny, and then we did all the things to determine whether or not it was the right leaf green cartridge. And it turns out it was not the right leaf green cartridge, so we had to start the leaf green cartridge all the way over, all the way until it was to a brand new file. So we started a new file on the leaf green cartridge, and we played through the leaf green cartridge all the way to the point where we RNG'd for different shiny Pokemon on the leaf green cartridge, up until this week where we finally beat the Elite Four on the leaf green cartridge, so that we now are able to hunt unknowns on the leaf green cartridge. And now here we are. And now we're going to find a shiny on the leaf green cartridge. Yeah, otherwise, like, what we were doing on the last 6 cartridges that we were using, hunting for X and Q right now is not the most efficient thing, but we did end up getting the letter Z out of it, so I can't really complain about what we did. But getting the letter Z was actually super nice, because it was, oh, cool, I now need to, like, bust my butt and complete this game so that I can finally, you know, hunt for the letters that I want to hunt for, that we statistically should be hunting for. Oh yeah, you absolutely did tell me that. Here's the thing. By waiting for the phase to complete before we started hunting for Y and G, we actually no longer needed to hunt for Z, which was the first letter that we were going to hunt for. So we actually just skipped that phase of hunting because we found it the immediate phase before, which could not have been more perfect timing. But if I would have hunted for Z earlier, then getting the Z now would have just been a duplicate. But instead it's not, so we actually saved a phase by not hunting for Z as soon as we did. Doesn't change the fact that we still would have eventually found Z on the leaf green file. But we got it before we had to hunt for Z. Which is the second time that's happened, because it happened when we got the letter F. So we never had to hunt for the 100% letter F. Otherwise, that letter F or that letter Z we would have gotten would have been duplicates. So for the sake of efficiency, I was just low. But yeah, Carbcaster, send me your Taco Bell order so I can place that as we're leaving. chicken quesadilla and cinnamon twist. Heard. I will order it as soon as I get to 4,200. We're on our last 150 encounters of the evening. Thanks again to everybody who tuned in, who has stuck around, came back, or went away, came back later. Y'all are the real ones. It's been a fun one, I agree. This has been a good one. Lots of fun stuff going on. The battle obviously helped it. Winning the battle also helped as well, but otherwise I'd still be wearing that shirt. So thankfully we got to change out of the second biggest Mudsdale fan. And now I basically have to wait probably a season before I battle Quinn again while he has Mudsdale, because he's probably going to draft it before me next time. I don't know, could go undrafted, we'll see. I just enjoy the bit of Mudsdale at this point. Like, Mudsdale by itself is like an alright RU. I don't think I would ever pay more for it. I just wish its SPDF was a little higher and you're kind of locked into the Assault Vest set if you really need SPDF. My team does not have the best SPDF. Like, if it had one Mon that could just take every SPDF hit, it would. Belliable kind of solves that issue at the moment, but I just wish its SPDF was a little higher. Instead, I'm kind of stuck running AV or max SPDF on Mudsdale just to tank some hits. And there's our first low battery. So let's go ahead and get you plugged in. Battery life on the 3DS just isn't what it used to be. Who knew? It's because it's not the 3DS XL. The 3DS XL has great battery life, obviously. Alright, so we'll position those like so. Put those there. We're good to go. Yeah, so 6,684 encounters this week. Pretty good. Who knows, if we end up getting that surprise stream in tomorrow, which I'm not committing to that and don't expect any info on it if it doesn't happen. But if a surprise stream does occur, we might be able to get 10,000 in a week, which would be pretty electric, honestly. Even just getting like 9,000 in a week is pretty fun. Alright, here's our last 100. I'd like to get this letter I. I think that's the one that is itching at me at the moment. I'm currently running on the lowest possible odds for the letter Q, which is literally just Heart Gold and Soul Silver are the only ones that it can encounter it. So freeing up those games will be nice. But yeah, otherwise, if we don't stream tomorrow, it is planned for a Tuesday stream next week. I'll have to check my schedule again, but I'm pretty sure I'm free to stream that day. I just know I will not be available Monday. It's the one day I know for sure I'm not free. Last two set of encounters here. Burrito. Thank you. Okay, but Paison's not here, so what burrito? And I keep forgetting what burrito it is because there's like 8 burritos on the menu. Alright, last set of 6. $4,200. Swiney Shiku. Cheesy double beef, thank you. I figured it was something like that. I couldn't remember if it was the 5-layer beefy. Alright. Alright. Folks, y'all have been amazing. Thank you so much for tuning in. Let me go full frame. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Y'all have been amazing. My eyes are tired. But my soul is full, knowing that I am going to be getting some Taco Bell very soon. Thank you everybody who has tuned in, and I will see y'all next Tuesday. If there's anything about a surprise stream tomorrow, I will let you know in the Discord, so keep an eye there. If you don't see anything, assume no stream. Alright, folks, y'all have been amazing. I will catch y'all Tuesday. Peace.